Chapter 876, Hidden Thought. Chapter 876, Hidden Thought. Killing and capturing had vastly different meanings to Wang Baoli. He was very clear that the Violet Gold civilization didn't prioritize the three greater sects but the places to enter the graveyard of stars. As long as he didn't ruin their plans, other things could be discussed after he captured them. Such a method was still quite gentle. It seemed to be high risk, but if carried out properly and if the second wave of teleportation was delayed, there was a high possibility of success. But if he killed them? Killing the entire royal family is akin to messing with the Violet Gold civilization's plans. And for me, because of the incident in the Imperial Cemetery, I've already been exposed, and it's highly possible that the Violet Gold civilization has targeted me. That's despite me not knowing about the Fallen Star mark and definitely not having that mark. Wang Baoli pondered. He was about to speak when he saw the corner of the Sovereign Patriarch's mouth with a sweeping glance. After he saw a profound smile, his heart jolted. That old fox, he was trying to test me just now. Wang Baoli understood that he had fallen into a trap. The Sovereign Patriarch obviously knew about the transaction between the Violet Gold civilization and the royal family regarding the Graveyard of Stars. At the same time, he also had some suspicions towards Wang Baoli. So he used the word kill to test his reaction. If he agreed, it would mean that he didn't have much connection to the royal family. But his hesitation and pondering just now was equivalent to directly telling the Sovereign Patriarch about his connection to the incident in the Imperial Cemetery. Although he didn't decide to completely hide it previously, getting found out like that made Wang Baoli feel very uncomfortable in his heart. It looks like all of his words today were said to dig this answer out of me. Wang Baoli humphed in his heart. The Sovereign Patriarch obviously noticed Wang Baoli's unhappiness as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he didn't hide his profound smile previously, he obviously had no intention to continue testing Wang Baoli. Instead, he spoke slowly. After killing everyone in the royal family, there's another benefit. That is, the right to control the Eye of the Eternal Star might appear in your hands. As he said that, his pupils shrunk lightly as he looked closely at Wang Baoli as though he took this matter very seriously. It wasn't difficult to see why he took it seriously. To a certain extent, one could say the Eye of the Eternal Star was a super teleportation array formation. Once they obtained the right to control this teleportation array formation, the three greater sects could attack and retreat at will in battle. They could control it such that their enemies couldn't use it to teleport in while they could use it to escape from their enemy's pursuit. In fact, according to the strength of the teleportation, it was highly possible to teleport planets after paying a certain price. All these thoughts appeared in Wang Baoli's mind instantly. At the same time, he was in a bit of a trance as he understood why the Patriarch tested him. It seemed to be due to the right to control the Eternal Star. So he sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but admit that the Sovereign Patriarch was extremely sly and thought things through extremely thoroughly. It was extremely scary. That was because controlling the Eye of the Eternal Star was only Wang Baoli's guess. He felt that he might be able to do it, but he hadn't tried it before. So, he decided that there was no point in hiding it as he spoke calmly. I can't guarantee that. But we've already come to this point. I support this battle. The Sovereign Patriarch took a deep look at Wang Baoli as though he was analyzing the truthfulness of Wang Baoli's words. The expression he displayed was like this too. Even though Wang Baoli couldn't notice it, what he was thinking of in his heart wasn't the right to control the Eternal Star at all. No one knew exactly what he was thinking except himself. So, after displaying a look that showed he was thinking to ensure that Wang Baoli didn't see through his plans, he took out a jade slip and contacted the Violet Gold New Dao Sect's Patriarch. It seemed like they were discussing the answer they dug out from Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli stood at one side and was also thinking about what happened today. Wang Baoli hadn't met many occasions where he was in a passive position as he engaged in a battle of wits and tongues in his life. Hence, he had to analyze the reason it happened. But he didn't analyze for long before the Sovereign Patriarch put down the jade slip. When he raised his head, a sense of decisiveness and strictness flashed across his eyes. Fellow Daoist Little Long, no matter if you can control the Eye of the Eternal Star or not, the battles require its activation. When that time comes, everyone in our two greater sects will be mobilized. I'll lead our forces together with the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch to distract the main force of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Would you be willing to lead a team of elites from both sects to complete the mission with all your might, and obtain the right to control the Eye of the Eternal Star? If you're willing, this should be done as soon as possible. After 3 days, the battle will restart. The Sovereign Patriarch took a deep breath, and when he looked towards Wang Baoli, his eyes were full of sincerity. What he said was to complete the mission with all their might but not to kill or capture. This was obviously not a grammatical error but an obvious hint to Wang Baoli to make his own decision. That way, he could express his sincerity. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Although he was in a passive situation today, no matter what, the plan progressed almost completely according to his plan in the end. Therefore, a glimmer flashed between his eyes as he nodded and left. After returning to his home, Wang Baoli sat there cross-legged. As the entire sect prepared for battle, he was still thinking about his war of words with the Sovereign Patriarch. From start to finish, after a thorough analysis, it didn't seem like much, but very quickly, Wang Baoli's eyes stared wide as his breathing quickened slightly. That's not right. When I rescued the Divine Sovereign Justice sect back then, the signs I showed were already very obvious. Whether it was the 12 Emperor puppets, the souls, or my cultivation techniques. I didn't think to hide it and had no way to do so. Thus, the Sovereign Patriarch didn't need to test me at all. Then why did he still test me? Was it really to prove whether I had the right to control the Eye of the Eternal Star, or was it for other reasons? Wang Baoli felt that there was something wrong with the Patriarch's actions, and his instincts told him that the Patriarch seemed to do it on purpose to mess with his thoughts. He could then disperse his train of thought and make him ignore the core, thereby hiding his true intentions. It was just that no matter how Wang Baoli pondered, he couldn't find the answer. But he became extremely cautious. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. To other civilizations, preparing for a battle in 3 days would be quite a rush, but the Divine Eye civilization's specialty was going out to pillage like bandits. Because of that, they were quite specialized in mobility. Therefore, after the Sovereign Patriarch and the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch gave the orders, the two greater sects got to work. After 3 days, they seemed to all head straight for the Eternal Star like hornets from a nest. Looking from afar, all of the army cultivators were standing at attention and ready for battle on the sovereign planet. Wang Baoli was also among them. As for Zhao Yameng, she was put into a dharmic battleship by Wang Baoli and placed inside his storage bag. Very quickly, as the army activated the teleportation array formations, the light of teleportation spread throughout the sky on the sovereign planet. The light instantly spread in the world in front of Wang Baoli, and the surrounding satellites were like this as well. The cosmos in the surroundings also had special battleships surrounding them. The purpose of every battleship was to burn themselves and unleash their maximum power to augment the teleportation. That was because the Sovereign Patriarch didn't want to simply teleport the army. He also wanted to teleport the sovereign planet and the 7 satellites surrounding it. Every satellite was a battle fortress. Their activation obviously represented that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had decided to go all out. As rumbles sounded and as the battleships surrounding the sovereign planet dispersed resplendent light, a wave of intense teleportation disturbance swept the surroundings. Looking from afar, an indescribable light engulfed the entire sovereign planet. It was as though a giant hand of light came from the void and wiped the sovereign planet from where it was in the cosmos. As the light shone and as deafening rumbles sounded, the sovereign planet, its surrounding satellites, and the cultivator army all disappeared instantly. There was only the debris from the surrounding battleships that collapsed after unleashing all their power to augment the teleportation left. Because the sovereign planet disappeared, they were pulled and gathered there. At the same time, a similar scene was happening at the Violet Gold New Tao sect. The Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch made the same decision as the Sovereign Patriarch, as they reached a consensus. So the Violet Gold New Tao sect's planets were teleported now. In the next moment, in the public area of the Divine Eye civilization, and at a place not far away from the Eternal Star, as light shone, the two greater sects appeared at the same time. Over 1 million cultivators, including hundreds of soul condits, over 10 spirit immortals, and the 2 patriarchs, gathered their strength there. To a certain extent, they were already considered very powerful. but compared to the Heavenly Spirit sect, they were still lacking. But the good thing was, because the left-hand elder was heavily injured, even though he recovered, his cultivation dropped from the planet realm. Even though there was a way to increase it temporarily, it couldn't be sustained. At most, he could only have half the combat strength of a planet realm. As for the right-hand elder, although his injuries weren't as serious, he was no longer at the peak of his power. So, under the analysis of the Sovereign Patriarch and Violet Gold New Dao Sect's Patriarch, they still had a chance to win. And their mission wasn't to really fight to the death with the Heavenly Spirit sect, but to delay them as much as possible to buy time for the team Wang Baoli led. Because, where they were was key to whether they would succeed. So, after the two sects gathered, as the Sovereign Patriarch and the Violet Gold New Dao Sect's Patriarch stepped out and looked at each other, they also looked at Wang Baoli, who was among the cultivators in the army, together. The gazes of the three of them met. To prevent unnecessary accidents from happening, they didn't spread their divine will or speak. Instead, after they retracted their gazes one after the other, the Sovereign Patriarch and the Violet Gold New Dao Sect's Patriarch charged out like a sword tip. They led the combined forces of the two sects as they headed straight for the Eternal Star. Chapter 877, All Not Easy to Deal With. Chapter 877, All Not Easy to Deal With. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As for Wang Baoli, he immediately retreated as the army moved. Those who retreated alongside him included the butler and Daoist Gu Mo. There were also the commanders of the top and second-ranked Violet Gold New Dao Sect armies, and more than 10 Soul Condoric cultivators from the two sects among his team. As the main army advanced while Wang Baoli's team retreated, the two sides instantly pulled away from each other. As the main force of the two sects rumbled into the distance, the butler, Daoist Gu Mo, and the commanders of the top two Violet Gold New Dao Sect armies gathered in front of Wang Baoli. As their gazes met, they all bowed towards Wang Baoli with cupped fists. They were already told of the general plan in secret, but they didn't know the specifics. They were only told that Long Nanzi was the leader of the operation and that they needed to follow his every command. Seeing how everyone gazed at him, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. Instead, he spread his divine will to sense the direction of the main army. Since he didn't speak, the others all remained silent as well. After they waited in silence for about an hour, a wave of planet realm divine power seemed to spread from the battlefield far away and was noticed by Wang Baoli instantly. But even then, Wang Baoli still didn't move. Instead, he waited until the divine will avatar he secretly placed among the main army saw the Heavenly Spirit sect army engage, and the two armies clash. After seeing the Heavenly Spirit sect lord and right-hand elder, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and finally calmed down a little. Is the left-hand elder not here? Wang Baoli's gaze flashed. But he wasn't afraid of the left-hand elder, who had lost his body, so he spoke calmly. All of you, follow me. After speaking, Wang Baoli flicked his body and headed for the Eternal Star from another coordinate. The location of that coordinate was the place where the royal family made arrangements according to the Sovereign Patriarch's judgment. At the same time, as he unleashed his speed and neared the Eternal Star, Wang Baoli felt the concentrated aura there that contained royal bloodline disturbances. The aura was extremely intense and like a compass. While it gave Wang Baoli a more accurate judgment of the enemy's coordinates, he also had some doubt in his heart. Truly, everything seemed to go too smoothly this time. I still feel that something's weird. Wang Baoli blinked. Suddenly, his heart jolted as he unleashed his demonic eye art to see whether it would have any effect on the eye of the Eternal Star. But the imposing Eternal Star ahead didn't have any response at all. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Do I not have the right to control the eye of the Eternal Star? As Wang Baoli pondered and became more cautious, he slowed down a little. He got closer and closer to the Eternal Star, and when he finally saw the other side of the battlefield, he felt extraordinary heat on his face. It was near the boundary of the Eternal Star. In fact, from afar, it seemed like a gigantic piece of land stuck onto the Eternal Star. While the land was insignificant compared to the Eternal Star, it seemed to be made of a very special material that could withstand the high heat coming from the Eternal Star. And as he neared and concentrated his cultivation into his eyes, Wang Baoli could faintly see many cultivators surrounding He Yunzi and two others as though they were performing a ritual. At the same time, when he raised his head to look at the extremely imposing giant eternal star and saw the smoke-like aura it dispersed, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect in his heart. He was very clear just how astonishing the eternal star's power was. Several books in his dark dream back then and the records of the vast expanse Dao Palace made Wang Baoli understand many things, albeit not completely. For example, the outer side of an eternal star had nomological power. It was like an invisible shell. When entering and exiting, one needed to find some special weak spots before being able to pass through. If they couldn't find a weak spot, flying willy-nilly would be akin to having a sharp sword which could drop at any time above one's head. Of course, if it was only the outer portion, like the location of that piece of land, everything would be fine. The eternal star fire Wang Baoli obtained when he returned back then was obtained in the outer area. After these thoughts flashed in his mind, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he looked towards that piece of land again. As he saw the divine eye royalty, the divine eye royalty noticed him too. Some unrest appeared among the crowd. It was as though they were astonished to see Wang Baoli. Everything seemed to be normal on the surface, but, perhaps due to his suspicions of the sovereign patriarch's true intentions, Wang Baoli still felt uneasy. So he narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Soul conduits, descend first. Charge over." The surrounding 10 or so soul conduit cultivators dared not oppose him and could only charge out while gritting their teeth. As they neared the piece of land, they descended. Spell disturbances spread from within the land immediately. As rumbles sounded, several heavenly spirit sect spirit immortal cultivators immediately retaliated alongside He Yunzi and the other 2 princes. This scene was still very normal, and it was a given that the heavenly spirit sect would have defenses there. Seeing the descended soul conduit cultivators get overpowered, a cold glimmer flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes. "All spirit immortals, descend." The butler, Daoist Gu Mo, and the 2 army commanders from the Violet Gold New Dao sect looked at one another before speeding out. As they neared, they immediately charged into battle. The battlefield became more intense instantly, and rumbles kept sounding out. The cultivators of the royal family didn't have high cultivation levels, and the number of casualties shot up in a flash. At that moment, as a low growl echoed, the left-hand elder's silhouette appeared on the land. He first threw a vengeful glance at Wang Baoli, who was still in the cosmos and hadn't descended, then immediately attacked. Although he had reconstructed his physical body, the drop in his cultivation level was unavoidable. But even though he was no longer a planet realm, he still had combat strength that exceeded that of normal perfected stage spirit immortals. Therefore, his attack instantly caused the battle to become a stalemate. In fact, Wang Baoli's side faintly seemed to be on the losing end. Even the avatar Wang Baoli left on the main battlefield turned anxious after it sensed the heavenly spirit sect lord and right-hand elder fighting. It led a portion of cultivators to try and charge out of the battlefield as though it had received intel. There should be no more issues. Wang Baoli struggled in his heart, but he naturally couldn't give up the chance he had now. So, as a cold glint flashed between his eyes, he suppressed the sense of uneasiness and headed towards the piece of land on the eternal star with a flick of his body. Although Wang Baoli carried things out viciously, he had a cautious personality. That was especially so after experiencing so many things. They made him trust his gut feeling a lot. Therefore, after faintly feeling uneasy previously, he made the soul conduits go over first and made the spirit immortals descend. However, he didn't get too close himself. Although this method was a little selfish, this was the reality of a cultivation world. Wang Baoli felt that the reason all life cultivated was to be able to control their own lives and not be influenced and controlled by others. Thus, he didn't feel that his actions were wrong. It was only when he saw that no accidents were happening as the battle commenced after the soul conduit and spirit immortal cultivators descended that he heaved a sigh of relief. But even though things were like that, and even though he seemed to charge down at full speed, he suddenly stopped the moment he neared the eternal star's land. He raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, 2 spirit immortal puppets flew out from his storage bag, charged towards the eternal star land, and started killing. Not only did he do that, but to make things more realistic, Wang Baoli even made another avatar with some of his essence and controlled it to enter the eternal star land and attack together with everyone. Those were Wang Baoli's cautious tests. And after his gaze flashed slightly, Wang Baoli suddenly made it look like he had a huge change of expression as he displayed panic in his eyes and growled. "It's a trap, retreat immediately." As Wang Baoli spoke, his body retreated. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he discovered something and wished to leave quickly. In fact, he even resisted the pain and had the avatar he dispersed self-destruct to delay a possible pursuit. But his divine will was locked onto He Yunzi, the other two princes, and the left-hand elder, whose cultivation level had dropped. He observed the changes in their expressions and minor details as he retreated thousands of feet away, but he didn't notice anything wrong. Instead, he noticed that they seemed to be stunned. When they didn't stop the butler and others from retreating after hearing his words, the last wisp of unease in Wang Baoli's heart suddenly dissipated. "I might have thought too much. Let's finish the battle as fast as possible." A cold glint flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes as he let out a big laugh. His body turned into an afterimage as he charged into the land outside the Eternal Star at maximum speed. The moment he stepped in, his divine will locked onto the left-hand elder. He was just about to attack when a weird smile appeared at the corners of the left-hand elder's mouth. The other two princes of the royal family looked anxious, but He Yunzi also had a weird smile on his face. The smiles of the both of them made Wang Baoli's scalp go numb, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Chapter 878, The Fight for the Mandate. Chapter 878, The Fight for the Mandate. As his soul shook at that moment, the uneasiness that dissipated previously exploded forth more intensely and spread throughout his body. Without hesitation, his body turned into a cloud of mist as he tried to leave the Eternal Starland. However, it was too late. Light suddenly exploded forth from the Eternal Starland. It was as though the light from the sun completely covered the land at an unimaginable speed. Following that was an astonishing wave of teleportation disturbance. The disturbance was extremely overbearing, and the piece of land everyone was on instantly collapsed at its outer boundaries. Countless runes appeared from within it and covered the surroundings, seemingly forming a seal. This caused Wang Baoli and others to be obstructed when they tried to leave. After noticing the scene, Wang Baoli's expression turned gloomy again. "I was too careless in the end. Was this the thing the sovereign patriarch hid from me? Did he betray me, selling me out to the Violet Gold civilization?" Wang Baoli sighed in his heart. He knew the reason for his carelessness was the same as the reason he was in a passive situation when clashing with the sovereign patriarch. It was all because of greed. Once someone became greedy, they would get swayed by considerations of gain and loss, thereby losing the balance in their attitude. But he felt that the possibility of the sovereign patriarch's hidden thought being the fact that he betrayed him was low. That was because there was no need for him to do so. All he needed to do was join forces with the new Tao Patriarch, and cooperate with the Heavenly Spirit Sect's planet realms to easily suppress him. There was no need to go through so much trouble. These thoughts flashed within Wang Baoli's mind, but he understood that now wasn't the time to ponder and come to conclusions. As a cold glint flashed within his eyes, Wang Baoli prepared to charge out by force. However, just as the runes appeared and formed an obstruction, the light of teleportation that surrounded the land reached its highest level. As a series of heaven-shaking rumbles sounded, the light gathered on 3 people. One was He Yunzi, one was Wang Baoli, and the last one was the Heavenly Spirit Sect's left-hand elder. The gathering of light formed an indescribable pulling force like it was suppressing Wang Baoli. It caused Wang Baoli's entire body to tremble. But he refused to give up and thus turned into mist once again, growling while trying to escape. However, the Heavenly Spirit Sect and Divine Eye Royalty seemed to have already prepared for this. In the trap that they set up, both the obstruction and teleportation anticipated this. So, as the light gathered, even though Wang Baoli turned his essence body into mist and unleashed his entire cultivation to try and escape, it was of no use. As Wang Baoli's soul shook and light pierced his eyes, his body was teleported away by force. He Yunzi and the left-hand elder were also teleported away. As for the rest, they all remained there. As the light of teleportation dissipated, the Eternal Starland seemed to recover. However, the trembling and rumbles coming from underground represented that the land had lost all of its protective power, and it showed signs of collapsing under the high heat from the Eternal Star. The butler and others were all shocked by this sudden change, and they all retreated rapidly. As for the two princes and other members of the royal family, their breathing quickened as their expressions showed shock and confusion. Obviously, the reason behind the changes that just happened was unknown to even them. Wang Baoli no longer cared about the eternal star land that was slowly collapsing and had no time to think about the members of the royal family and cultivators of the two sects. When the light of teleportation was unleashed, he felt his vision blur. In the next moment, his silhouette appeared in a vast void. The place he appeared would be called a void because there was no sky or land there. It was a chaotic world where countless crazy heatwaves existed. The heatwaves all had different colors, but every one of them contained an astonishingly high heat. When one looked down, they could even see an astonishing fireball in the vast expanse beneath their feet. The heatwaves and balls of gas were spread from within it. They went past the laws of the eternal star's outer area and teleported me into the outer area of the eternal star. Wang Baoli's soul shook. As he swept around with his gaze, he immediately recognized that he wasn't teleported out of the Divine Eye civilization. He was teleported from the land on the outer area of the eternal star into the outer area. Although he was still some distance away from the surface of the eternal star, compared to the land he was at previously, he was already extremely close to the surface. Wang Baoli was already clear that he had fallen into a trap and had no time to think too much. As his expression changed, two silhouettes appeared in front and behind him, respectively, and they were He Yunzi and the left-hand elder. Although He Yunzi's cultivation was the weakest, he had already prepared beforehand, and a protective light spread from his body. It was obvious that this protective light was the reason he could withstand being in this area. As for the left-hand elder, even though his cultivation level fell, he used to be a planet realm. At this moment, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, the resentment and killing intent in his eyes intensified. And the moment they arrived, Wang Baoli didn't utter a single word as he reacted decisively. His body moved and split into four silhouettes that exploded forth simultaneously in front of him, behind him, and at his left and right. Those at the front and back targeted the left-hand elder and He Yunzi, while those at his left and right unleashed their maximum speed as they tried to leave. It was just that, the four avatars he made hit an invisible seal after traveling less than 100 feet and stopped. Those at the left and right were like this, and those at his front and back were like this too. The avatar that charged towards He Yunzi was only 30 feet away from him, but it couldn't pass through. This made Wang Baoli's expression change again as He Yunzi, who was in front of his avatar, started laughing. Long Nanzi, no matter how sly and crafty you are, you've fallen into my trap. This time, I prepared everything with the sole purpose of killing you. As He Yunzi laughed, an unconcealable sense of anticipation and greed appeared in his eyes. He wasn't lying. The key to this battle for both the royal family and the heavenly spirit sect was Wang Baoli. But it didn't have much connection to the sovereign patriarch, and there was no way they would join forces. Instead, before the battle, and even the heavenly spirit sect lord didn't know this, the royals, with He Yunzi at the helm, actually couldn't activate the second teleportation of the Eye of the Eternal Star. Even though He Yunzi gave it his all and sacrificed the bloodline of his family members, he still couldn't open the Eye of the Eternal Star again. This horrified him in his heart. Moreover, the heavenly spirit sect had suffered a huge defeat. He couldn't help but look for the heavenly spirit sect lord and tell him his guesses and judgment after telling him the truth. If one classified the control of the Eye of the Eternal Star by the royal family into mandate levels, with his status as a prince, and after gathering 90% of the bloodlines of royal disciples into his body with the help of the heavenly spirit sect's mystic technique, He Yunzi could be considered to have obtained the first-grade mandate of the Eye of the Eternal Star. This mandate was never obtained before by any royal in the past generations. At most, they only obtained the second-grade mandate. Only He Yunzi, after disregarding the consequences and with the help of the heavenly spirit sect, finally obtained it in the end. Because Wang Baoli was still fighting with the first-generation patriarch and his status wasn't recognized, it caused He Yunzi, who had a first-grade mandate, to be able to activate the Eternal Star's large-scale teleportation once. However, when Wang Baoli walked out of the Imperial Cemetery, the many opportunities he gained there made Wang Baoli become the Divine Eye civilization's new emperor in a sense. And because he swallowed the first-generation patriarch, he also had the first-grade mandate of the Eye of the Eternal Star when he walked out. This activated the final decision mechanism of the Eye of the Eternal Star. It needed the two people who obtained the first-grade mandate to fight. In the end, one of them would obtain the mandate of the other and become the master of the Eye of the Eternal Star. And as they fought, the power of their mandates was sealed and couldn't be used. This was why Yunzi couldn't activate the Eternal Star's teleportation again. Hence, after he told the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord about his judgment, the plan to trap Wang Baoli was born. As long as Wang Baoli died, he could obtain the final mandate of the Eye of the Eternal Star. That was the only way he could activate the Eternal Star's teleportation, and enable the Violet Gold Civilization's second wave to arrive successfully. It was just that, this was rather difficult to carry out. After all, Wang Baoli was much stronger than before, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had 80% of a planet realm's combat strength. Moreover, the Heavenly Spirit Sect also suffered huge losses. However, they had no choice but to do it. Their original plan was to mobilize their forces to attack the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect again. They would seem to suppress the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect, but their goal would be to kill Wang Baoli while the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect was distracted. This plan had many loopholes, but they had no choice and only one chance. Once the outside world knew of Wang Baoli's importance, it would be even harder for them to attack again. And as they hesitated and analyzed, the left-hand elder gave a suggestion: leak out information and make the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect think that they wanted to activate the Eternal Star to bring over their second wave. That way, they could bait the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect into attacking first. Meanwhile, they would set up a trap. Of course, it would be best if they could bait Wang Baoli out as well. If not, they would follow their original plan to go out and attack, forcing their way through to Wang Baoli. Chapter 879, Two Right-Hand Elders. Chapter 879, Two Right-Hand Elders. The plan looked easy but was mainly a psychological attack. It turned out that Wang Baoli, the Sovereign Patriarch, and others seemed to have fallen for the trap. Furthermore, Wang Baoli led a team there personally, causing the plan to fall into place extremely perfectly for the Heavenly Spirit Sect. But to prevent the information from leaking out, Yunzi took very drastic measures. He didn't tell anyone from the royal family about his plans and prepared to sacrifice them. Even the other two princes didn't know about this, thereby enabling the plan to trap Wang Baoli to be successfully carried out. As those thoughts flashed within Yunzi's mind, although he didn't say it, the anticipation and greed in his eyes made Wang Baoli vaguely notice the truth as his soul shook. Killing me is more important than activating the teleportation and enabling the second wave to descend. This doesn't make sense, unless... The light in Wang Baoli's eyes focused as a large number of thoughts appeared in his mind. Did they set up this trap specifically for me? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. As he felt an intense sense of uneasiness, he also tried opening his storage bag. However, he noticed that he couldn't open his storage bag within this seal-like boundary. This made Wang Baoli feel even more gloomy as he started arranging his thoughts rapidly. In the end, he had two guesses. One reason might be that they predicted this beforehand or prepared sufficiently with the aim of making me fail in my mission, and to stop me from interfering with their plans. This way, I won't be able to affect the second teleportation. Another reason could be that my existence is affecting the activation of the second teleportation, so they have to kill me first and then activate the teleportation. The first reason doesn't mean much, but if it's the second reason... Wang Baoli's expression was ugly. No matter how quickly he reacted, he was missing some crucial pieces of information and had no way to know the truth. But the fact that he was able to analyze all that just from Yunzi's change in expression was enough to show Wang Baoli's mental growth. As for which guess was the correct one, it was no longer important to Wang Baoli. Right now, the most important thing was for Wang Baoli to break past the protective layer as fast as possible and leave. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as the four avatars he created returned and fused back into his body. While the eternal star fire in his body flickered, he tried to take out the planet realm palm. But the palm was affected as well and seemed to be unable to be successfully taken out. Just then, a sudden sense of danger made Wang Baoli's expression change, and he turned his head violently. When he did that, he immediately saw a blurry silhouette seemingly walking out from the void behind the Heavenly Spirit Sect's left-hand elder. And when he saw that silhouette clearly, Wang Baoli couldn't help but have a huge change in expression. You. Little B** starred, we meet again. When Wang Baoli's expression changed, the silhouette's body rapidly gathered as it walked out of the void. The person had a head of long hair that reached his shoulders, and he was wearing a rainbow-colored robe. He looked like a middle-aged man, but the sense of aging on him made one feel that he was quite old. That was especially so when his planet realm cultivation exploded forth and caused the surroundings to rumble. Although this place was already considered to be in the boundaries of the eternal star, the person's cultivation still formed a suppression in a large area when it was spread out. He was the one who fought with Wang Baoli briefly at the Violet Gold New Dao sect, and the one who was scared away by Wang Baoli's self-destructing dharmic battleships. The Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder. The right-hand elder's appearance there wouldn't have made Wang Baoli's expression change so drastically originally. However, the avatar that he left at the battlefield outside the Eternal Star, where the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and Violet Gold New Dao sect were fighting against the Heavenly Spirit sect, could clearly see the main battlefield. And there, on the main battlefield, beside the Heavenly Spirit sect lord, the planet realm cultivator clashing with the New Dao patriarch was also the right-hand elder. In that sense, the person in front of Wang Baoli was in two different places at once. This was the main reason his soul shook. It also made Wang Baoli instantly realize that his second guess might be the correct answer. They set up this trap, and both the left-hand elder and right-hand elder appeared. It's definitely not just to obstruct me. It really is like He Yunzi said. They want to kill me here. And the only explanation for this is that, if they don't kill me, the Eternal Star's teleportation can't be activated. As waves of realization crashed onto Wang Baoli's mind, he thought about the anticipation he felt towards controlling the eye of the Eternal Star in his heart previously. After analyzing rapidly, he vaguely had the true answer. As the answer appeared in his mind, he didn't hide the change in his expression as he spoke quickly. The right-hand elder actually appeared as well. It looks like you really want my mandate. But what I'm more interested in is, since the right-hand elder is here, who's the guy fighting the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and Violet Gold New Dao sect? Could the Heavenly Spirit sect actually have 4 planet realms instead of 3? While Wang Baoli spoke, his divine will locked onto the 3 people to observe the minor changes in their expressions. The left-hand elder narrowed his eyes, and He Yunzi did the same. However, a sneer quickly appeared at the corners of his mouth as though he didn't care that Wang Baoli could see. Then, he cupped his fists towards the left-hand elder and right-hand elder. I'll leave this to you. I'll go prepare first. Once this guy is dead, I'll activate the Eternal Star's teleportation portal and welcome the Violet Gold Civilization's army. As he spoke, He Yunzi didn't even look at Wang Baoli as his body blurred. Obviously, his main body wasn't there. Only an illusory silhouette was. And as his words and actions were seen by Wang Baoli, they were like a bolt of lightning, making the truth Wang Baoli originally guessed very clear to him. My previous guess of me being able to obtain the mandate to control the eye of the Eternal Star with my identity was correct. And the fact that he could activate the teleportation the first time, obviously shows that he had the mandate to control the eye like me at some point in time. But he wants to kill me now, which means that he either no longer has the mandate or that there's a conflict between our mandates. Can he recover his mandate after killing me? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and immediately tried to control the eye of the Eternal Star. But like before, he didn't get any response. As for the right-hand elder, after hearing He Yunzi's words, he nodded. When he looked towards Wang Baoli, a sense of ridicule appeared in his expression. I might tell you who's outside right before you die. As he spoke, the right-hand elder raised his left hand and pressed towards his front. At the same time, the left-hand elder beside him also unleashed his cultivation together with the right-hand elder. Instantly, rumbles shook the heavens as the protective membrane, which was previously invisible to Wang Baoli, transmogrified. It was a cover-like giant bubble dispersing rainbow light. Wang Baoli was engulfed within the bubble. And as the left-hand elder and right-hand elder attacked, the bubble immediately began shrinking after it transformed. And as it shrunk, an indescribably strong suppressive force exploded forth within the bubble and pressed towards Wang Baoli from all directions. The suppressive force's strength actually exceeded that of an ordinary planet realm and reached the level of a mid-stage planet realm. Obviously, the rainbow bubble was some kind of array formation or dharmic treasure and must have had an astonishing price. It could be considered the heavenly spirit sect's trump card, and they probably wouldn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. And now, to kill Wang Baoli, the elders controlled it simultaneously and unleashed it. Without a doubt, in their eyes, although Wang Baoli wasn't a planet realm, he was nastier than planet realms. His thousands of dharmic battleships and the planet realm palm were enough to give people no choice but to take him seriously. What was more important was that, according to their calculations, Wang Baoli must have been astonishingly fast as well. Naturally, they also knew about his body's transmogrification. So, to prevent accidents from happening, and to not give Wang Baoli any chance to escape, they shifted the battlefield to the boundary of the Eternal Star. At the same time, due to all those reasons, the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord decided to disregard the consequences, and activate the dharmic treasure that required the entire sect to spend time and offer sacrifices to build. That way, he could ensure that the trap would be carried out smoothly. And the rainbow bubble was indeed powerful. As it circulated, Wang Baoli's body very quickly started to tremble. He felt an extremely overbearing force crush towards him from all directions. Chapter 880, Saber Glints and Sword Shadows. Chapter 880, Saber Glints and Sword Shadows. Cracking sounds emanated from his body uncontrollably. No matter how he resisted, he seemed to be unable to fully resist the suppressive force. In fact, his body started warping against his will. This was because the external suppressive force was too strong, and Wang Baoli's body was starting to waver. The good thing was that his body now wasn't his true body. It was made from his essence, so it only warped and didn't collapse. But even so, it was enough to make Wang Baoli feel an even more intense sense of danger. He was very clear that, under such pressure, if he couldn't escape as soon as possible, he had at most 10 minutes before his avatar would be obliterated. I'm unable to open my storage bag, and I can't unleash my planet realm palm, D***M it. Viciousness appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes, but he wasn't anxious. He understood that since this battle was a fight for the mandate to a certain degree, there were many different options for his next course of action. Self-destruct the Eternal Starfire, and come over with my main body? Although I could do that, it's a little troublesome. After all, this area isn't outside the outer boundary of the Eternal Star. I would waste a lot of time just looking for this place, and the consequences are pretty huge. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. After rapidly pondering, he decided to do something else. Enlightened. Wang Baoli unleashed his cultivation suddenly. While using it to resist the suppressive force coming from all directions, he also started chanting the Tao scripture silently in his heart. He decided to gamble, and if it really didn't work, he would still have time to self-destruct. The danger he faced this time was already pretty huge. It was just that, because he had a hidden trump card, even if his avatar died, it wouldn't really affect his main body. However, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Baoli didn't want to deal with the consequences of the death of his avatar. After all, once his avatar died, although it couldn't completely affect the main body, it would still be affected in the end. Moreover, Wang Baoli was unwilling to lose the items in his storage bag. As for Zhao Yameng, Little Wu, and the donkey, although they were within the dharmic battleship in Wang Baoli's storage bag, so long as his main body awakened in time, Wang Baoli was still confident that he could send them out of the blast radius, while killing the left-hand elder and right-hand elder the moment he self-destructed. But the prerequisite of that was to awaken his main body in time and successfully find a weak spot. It had to go past the nomological power of the Eternal Star's outer boundary and locate his avatar to assist it. Perhaps things haven't reached that point. After silently chanting the Tao scripture, a cold glimmer flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes. Besides the Eternal Starfire, his trump cards also included the cursed jade slip from the Flame Patriarch. So, even though his body was suppressed by the rainbow bubble and unable to move, so long as his storage bag could be opened and his planet realm palm could be unleashed, Wang Baoli felt that this crisis was resolvable. The key to everything was whether the Tao scripture, which was the only thing he could use now, could loosen the seal and enable him to unleash his techniques in continuation. All these thoughts flashed within Wang Baoli's mind in an instant as the rainbow bubble outside Wang Baoli's body shrunk rapidly. As the left-hand and right-hand elders unleashed all their power to augment and control it, The sheer strength of the suppressive force within it was enough to make Wang Baoli's body warp as though it was about to collapse. In fact, a sense of carefreeness appeared in the left-hand elder's eyes. Obviously, he hated Wang Baoli much more than the right-hand elder. After all, if not for Wang Baoli, in the previous battle at the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, he wouldn't have lost his physical body, and his cultivation wouldn't have dropped to below the planet realm. Wang Baoli also caused him to be unable to break through ever again in the future. Die! The left-hand elder's eyes showed an intense resentment as he growled and unleashed his cultivation again. But just as Wang Baoli wavered and a small area on his body collapsed as it warped, the entire eternal star suddenly trembled. A disturbance that seemed to come from the faraway cosmos instantly descended. The disturbance was intense, but the weird thing was that besides Wang Baoli and the left-hand and right-hand elders, the others outside the eternal star didn't notice it at all. They only saw that the light of the eternal star seemed to dim a little at that moment. This scene instantly stunned the two sides clashing outside, but for the left-hand and right-hand elders within the eternal star, they both had unprecedented changes in expression. The right-hand elder's eyes went wide as he felt his mind rumble uncontrollably. He trembled from deep within his heart, as though he returned back to when he was a mere mortal and was facing the power of heaven and earth. The left-hand elder reacted in the same way. In fact, because he was already heavily injured, he felt the heaven-shaking aura more intensely and spit out a mouthful of blood. And the wavering of their bodies and souls directly affected the seal. Meanwhile, under the power of the Tao scripture, the seal loosened unwittingly. In fact, one could imagine that if the power of the Tao scripture was sustained, the seal would collapse. However, Wang Baoli was clear that the power of the Tao scripture came and went quickly. When it descended and caused the seal to loosen, his body felt the loosening. Although his body still couldn't move normally under the suppression, the storage bag that his divine sense paid attention to could already be opened. As for the planet realm palm in his body, he could control it as well. The moment he felt that his storage bag and the planet realm palm in his body could be unleashed, a glimmer flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes. He raised his head violently and took out the planet realm palm without hesitation. Afterwards, he struggled to raise his right hand and wave it. Instantly, light shone all around his body. The planet realm palm, which had 2 fingers left, also rapidly appeared above his head. Without hesitation, Wang Baoli unleashed all of his cultivation the moment the palm appeared and controlled it with all his might. This caused the palm to shake violently and head straight for the rainbow bubble outside his body. Everything happened too quickly. To the left-hand and right-hand elders, the change was extremely sudden. At that moment, just as they started to feel shocked, Wang Baoli's planet realm palm had already touched the loosening rainbow bubble outside his body. Explode! Viciousness flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes as he growled. He didn't feel any emotional pain as he self-destructed a planet realm finger extremely decisively. As his words spread, the planet realm finger dispersed a resplendent light before it exploded in the next moment, displaying the force of a single hit from a planet realm as it crashed against the rainbow bubble. Looking from afar, the planet realm finger within the bubble was like a sharp blade that wanted to destroy everything. Even though Wang Baoli could control the direction of the finger's self-destruction, he was still within the rainbow bubble. So, he was still affected more or less. Even though he had the divine justice shield, he couldn't help but tremble and spit out blood. But this was also part of Wang Baoli's plan. While making use of the planet realm finger's self-destruction to collapse a wider area of the rainbow bubble, he also used the aftershocks to blast himself, causing his body to be able to move more freely under the suppression of the rainbow bubble. So, as the aftershock blasted, and as Wang Baoli's whole body trembled and blood spurted out, the cold glint in his eyes exploded forth. His body charged forward at that moment and headed straight for the rainbow bubble that was being blasted by the finger. However, while the explosive power of the planet realm finger was strong, the rainbow bubble was an absolute treasure the heavenly spirit sect offered sacrifices to create. As heaven-shaking rumbles sounded, and under the violent power, it didn't collapse. Instead, only a single rift appeared. The moment the rift appeared, it actually immediately started to heal. And, at that moment, the power of the Tao scripture started showing signs of dissipating. This caused the right-hand elder to react immediately. His expression changed as he tried to suppress Wang Baoli again. Get back in there. As the right-hand elder growled, a giant hand seal appeared in front of him and rumbled over. But, even though the right-hand elder reacted quickly and the seal only had one rift appear on it, it still gave Wang Baoli a chance. Frenzy appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes as he seemed to risk his life to charge forward, and attack at the same time as the right-hand elder with only the inner and external sides of the rainbow bubble's rift separating them. Instantly, rumbles spread towards the surroundings again. Although Wang Baoli's cultivation was extraordinary, he wasn't a planet realm after all. Furthermore, he was still in the bubble. So, under the augmentation of the right-hand elder, his body trembled violently as blood spurted out again. His body was sent back, but a vicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That was because, while the right-hand elder attacked to suppress him, the other finger of the planet realm palm collapsed and exploded. Its target wasn't the right-hand elder, but the left-hand elder. Chapter 881, Displaying Divine Powers. Chapter 881, Displaying Divine Powers. The timing of the attack was extremely perfect. It was right when the right-hand elder attacked to try and suppress Wang Baoli, so he couldn't block it immediately. Therefore, as the right-hand elder's expression turned ugly, the second planet realm finger self-destructed. The power it formed went along the rift that was about to heal and charged out violently. It headed straight for the left-hand elder, whose eyes narrowed as he tried to retreat the moment he reacted. He was Wang Baoli's target. Even with the Tao scripture and the self-destruction of the planet realm finger, he wasn't completely confident about breaking through the rainbow bubble and charging out. Therefore, his plan from the start was to make use of the confrontation to use the power of the planet realm finger to try and kill the left-hand elder. No matter whether he was heavily injured or killed, the rainbow bubble would lose its augmentation from one side and have its power reduced as a result. At the same time, he had another motive, to observe the direction he escaped in. Everything happened in a flash. In the next moment, even though the right-hand elder obstructed it with all his might, the left-hand elder still let out a shrill scream of pain under the power of the planet realm finger's self-destruction. His body was blasted, and blood spurted out. The physical body that he reconstructed collapsed again, and even his divine soul was affected this time. His cultivation dropped from the spirit immortal realm to the soul conduit realm, and although he retreated and barely managed to escape, he was affected by the heat waves on the eternal star as his soul blurred. While letting out shrill screams, he retreated rapidly towards the highest point on his upper right. Meanwhile, the rainbow bubble loosened again and obviously weakened. It expanded quite a lot, and the pressure on Wang Baoli's body slackened quite a bit. Long Nanzi. Seeing how Wang Baoli could still break through his trap, intense anger appeared in the eyes of the right-hand elder. As he growled, he unleashed his cultivation once again as he tried to continue suppressing Wang Baoli, who was still in the bubble. However, it was too late. Why are you shouting for your daddy? Wang Baoli quickly glanced in the direction the left-hand elder escaped as killing intent flashed between his eyes. As he spoke and the rainbow bubble was weakened, he raised his right hand and waved it violently. Instantly, dharmic battleships appeared in his surroundings, and they all self-destructed towards the outside. I refuse to believe that I can't blast open a mere bubble. Viciousness appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes because although the self-destruction inside the bubble would greatly affect it, it would also greatly affect Wang Baoli. After all, although he could control the dharmic battleships and make them unleash 90% of their power towards the outside when they self-destructed, there would still be some aftershocks that affected him. And the bigger the number of self-destructing dharmic battleships, the more powerful the aftershocks. But Wang Baoli already no longer cared. He instantly took out over 50 dharmic battleships and bellowed. The moment the right-hand elder tried to suppress him, he made the dharmic battleships explode. Even though every dharmic battleship's self-destruction only had 10% of the power of an ordinary dharmic battleship, the combined power of over 50 dharmic battleships was still very astonishing. As rumbles sounded, it made the rainbow bubble shake. And that was only the first wave. Very quickly, the second, third, and fourth waves arrived. The number of self-destructing dharmic battleships in Wang Baoli's storage bag seemed to be limitless, as he took them out and made them self-destruct consecutively. Even though his own body was about to collapse, Wang Baoli's viciousness still made the right-hand elder's soul shiver. No matter how he suppressed, it was very hard for him to stop irreparable rifts from appearing on the rainbow bubble. After all, it had resisted the Tao scripture and the two self-destructions of the planet realm fingers. It was already at its breaking point and couldn't recover in time. More and more rifts appeared, and it seemed to be about to collapse as Wang Baoli took out his self-destructing dharmic battleships for the 8th time. Frenzy appeared in the eyes of the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder as he took a deep look at Wang Baoli. After that, he actually retreated as though he was ready to give up on obstructing Wang Baoli. And his action seemed to be able to make Wang Baoli feel less pressure. But when Wang Baoli saw that, his expression turned gloomy as he cursed in his heart. This guy has realized my true plan. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and felt a little anxious. Instantly, he increased the number of dharmic battleships and made them self-destruct more quickly. In reality, he seemed to not care about the costs and looked vicious, but at least 50% of his expressions previously were exaggerated. That was because he was clear that he couldn't break the rainbow bubble in an instant. After all, the area within the bubble couldn't contain the simultaneous appearance of too many dharmic battleships. If he forced it to contain his battleships, his body definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the self-destruction of his battleships either. So, he wanted to stall. But he didn't want to stall for time, he wanted to stall the right-hand elder. Wang Baoli couldn't allow the right-hand elder to leave the area of the bubble. That would give him more chances to create more seals. So long as he could do that, he would be able to successfully charge out the moment the rainbow bubble collapsed. He would then be able to unleash his full speed and fly outside the Eternal Star while the right-hand elder chased him. The direction the left-hand elder escaped had already exposed, to a certain extent, that, in the upper right, there was a nomological power weak spot. This was another reason Wang Baoli attacked the left-hand elder previously. But all this changed when the right-hand elder seemed to notice his plans. Sly. When the right-hand elder retreated, an intense killing intent appeared in his eyes. He had already realized his mistake. In reality, he could originally react more quickly. But he was thrown off by Wang Baoli's series of actions. The suppression of the Tao scripture, the fact that it was unknown whether the left-hand elder was alive or dead, and the self-destruction of the planet realm fingers and dharmic battleships. It all happened consecutively. Combined with the fact that Wang Baoli seemed to be ready to charge out, it caused him to instinctively follow Wang Baoli's plan and strengthen the bubble foolishly according to his wishes. However, he had options other than strengthening the seal. Another option was to set up another seal in the surroundings while Wang Baoli was blasting open the rainbow bubble. That way, he could trap Wang Baoli infinitely. However, his reaction speed was still a little too slow in the end. He no longer had enough time to completely set up a second seal. So, after a glimmer flashed between the eyes of the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder, he weaved hand seals with his right hand without hesitation while retreating, pointing 7 times towards the surroundings consecutively. With every point, he unleashed a little bit of the high heat of the Eternal Star. If one saw the Eternal Star as a ferocious beast, then the actions of the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder were like provoking the beast. He was trying to anger the beast to a certain degree, but he couldn't completely anger it. He needed to control it to stay within a level he could withstand. As his fingers landed, a violent aura instantly spread out and messed up all rules in the surroundings. It also strengthened the solar winds the high heat created. When he pointed for the 7th time, the heaven-shaking rumble, flames, and high heat gathered and exploded forth. As it exploded forth, it indirectly affected the storm higher up and made the place even more chaotic. The original weak spot where they could leave was being strengthened at that moment as well. The right-hand elder was very clear that he had no time to set up a complete seal. Since that was the case, he decided to make the Eternal Star's high heat and ferocity even more chaotic and use that to disrupt movement. While causing Wang Baoli to be unable to teleport, it also removed the weak spot on the outer boundary of the Eternal Star that existed there. That was especially so considering that Divine Sense was greatly affected by the solar windstorm as well and couldn't be dispersed. That way, it became infinitely more difficult for one to escape from the Eternal Star. After all, Eternal Stars weren't regular planets. For the latter, so long as one kept flying up, they could charge out of the planet's perimeter and step into the cosmos. But the former had barriers of nomological power. Only after some time passed would weak spots form and allow people to successfully fly out through those areas. For other places, touching it would mean certain death. Of course, there was another way to leave an eternal star. That was to use a teleportation array formation with another eternal star as its foundation. It would then be able to ignore the nomological power barriers and enable one to successfully leave. So, the right-hand elder's actions were equivalent to cutting off Wang Baoli's path of retreat. Moreover, although the eternal star was violent, he was a planet realm, and everything was still manageable for him. But for Wang Baoli, because he wasn't a planet realm, he was naturally more affected than the right-hand elder. So long as he can't escape, I'm confident about killing this B****, who has obviously used up most of his trump cards. Chapter 882, Planet Realm Puppets. Chapter 882, Planet Realm Puppets. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. One couldn't help but say that although the right-hand elder reacted slightly slower just now, as he calmed down, his decisions and actions could be considered some of the most perfect solutions to the current situation. When Wang Baoli saw this, his expression turned extremely ugly. Obviously, the weak spot the left-hand elder exposed previously couldn't possibly continue existing under the solar windstorm. However, he had no way to stop the right-hand elder's actions. At this moment, killing intent spread from his body. All he could do now was to unleash his cultivation again, and finally make the rifts on the rainbow bubble expand towards a wide area as his dharmic battleships exploded once again. The rifts expanded until cracking sounds were heard, and the bubble cracked. The moment it cracked, Wang Baoli's body turned into mist and charged out along the cracks of the bubble surrounding him. After regathering in the outside world, he threw out more than 100 self-destructing dharmic battleships. While they all rumbled towards the direction of the right-hand elder, his body chose another direction to charge towards without any hesitation. Now, there were only around 300 dharmic battleships left in Wang Baoli's storage bag. After escaping from the bubble, Wang Baoli took out a large portion of them, threw them out, and made them self-destruct. But he didn't do so to block the right-hand elder. That was because the self-destruction of over 100 dharmic battleships couldn't really obstruct the right-hand elder. Their real purpose was to make the already messy eternal star aura and power of the sun even stronger and more violent. He wanted to make the eternal star, which was like a ferocious beast, even more angry, such that the right-hand elder wouldn't be able to handle it. This was the only method Wang Baoli could think of. Since the situation was disadvantageous to him, he decided to change the situation to become equally disadvantageous to both sides. That way, the situation could be resolved to a certain extent. The right-hand elder was about to charge out, but his expression changed unwittingly again after seeing the battleships. A sense of gloominess appeared deep within his eyes as well. He felt gloomy not because of Wang Baoli's cultivation and combat strength, but because he could come up with such a plan so quickly. This meant that Long Nanzi, who was in front of him, was extremely intelligent. Meanwhile, he was also very vicious. If such an opponent stayed alive, he would definitely be a huge headache for everyone who offended him. The killing intent in the right-hand elder's heart grew more intense. He definitely couldn't let such an opponent escape. If he did, once his cultivation reached the planet realm, he would definitely become a future threat. Thinking to that point, killing intent was also expressed in the right-hand elder's eyes. Even though high heat spread around the eternal star, the storm affected him, and all he could see was light from flames, he still growled as he chased after Wang Baoli. At the same time, outside the Divine Eye Civilization's eternal star, on the battlefield of the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect, Violet Gold New Tao Sect, and Heavenly Spirit Sect, the battle had reached the most intense moment. But as they attacked, the suspicion in the Sovereign Patriarch's heart increased infinitely. He felt suspicious, because the Heavenly Spirit Sect's right-hand elder kept giving him an indescribable sense of familiarity. As the battle between the planet realms of both sides grew increasingly intense, it wasn't only him who felt that way. The New Tao Patriarch fighting the right-hand elder felt that even more clearly. So while the Sovereign Patriarch felt even more suspicious, the New Tao Patriarch retreated and growled, while looking at the Heavenly Spirit Sect's right-hand elder with an extremely ugly expression on his face. "You're not the right-hand elder. Who the heck are you?" The moment he spoke, the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord laughed. So he was noticed after all. But it's too late. As he spoke, the right-hand elder beside him raised his left hand and waved it over his face. Instantly, as light shone, his body changed visibly. In the next moment, the silhouette that appeared in front of everyone had completely changed. That wasn't the right-hand elder, but an expressionless old lady. There was a black maggot on her glabella, half of which was in her body. As it wriggled, it seemed to be controlling all the thoughts and actions of the old lady. The moment the old lady appeared, the sovereign patriarch and new Tao patriarch's expressions changed completely. The former seemed to be unable to hide his anxiety, as though all his plans had a spanner thrown in the works. The latter screamed in shock. "Fellow Daoist Wuyun!" The old lady was the Earth Hexagram Unity Sect's matriarch. In the battle back then, the Earth Hexagram Unity Sect was obliterated, and it was rumored that she was missing after escaping. But the fact that she appeared now obviously showed that she didn't disappear, but was captured alive and refined like a puppet. In reality, the Earth Hexagram Unity Sect's old lady was originally not the Heavenly Spirit Sect's trump card. After she was captured alive in the battle back then, the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord decided to seal her and send her back to the Violet Gold Civilization's Mountain Gate. He wanted to make use of the Mountain Gate's array formation to refine her using a mystic technique and turn her into a planet realm pill. That way, if he swallowed it, after a period of settling down, his cultivation could increase by a lot. If someone else swallowed it, there was a huge possibility for them to become a planet realm cultivator. Although such a method wasn't the proper way and had many disadvantages, it would still give one the combat strength of a planet realm. It was just that, as the battle situation became disadvantageous for them, especially with the left-hand elder being heavily injured, the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord couldn't take the old lady back to the Mountain Gate. Naturally, that meant he couldn't use the Mountain Gate to refine her into a pill. Therefore, he had no choice but to wipe away her consciousness, refine her into a puppet, and use a mystic bug to control her, making her into a supplementary power. According to his plan, he first changed the puppet's appearance to become that of the right-hand elder. While it would mislead people, it would also numb the likes of Long Nanzi and the Sovereign Patriarch, causing them not to suspect anything and thereby enabling the plan to kill Long Nanzi to be successfully carried out. He just needed to kill Long Nanzi, and then Yunzi would be able to get the complete Eternal Star mandate. At that point, the activation of the Eternal Star's teleportation would be fully under the control of the Heavenly Spirit Sect. Besides that, he judged that because the left-hand and right-hand elders were personally involved in killing Long Nanzi and the Rainbow Bubble was activated, there would definitely not be any accidents. They also wouldn't take too long. So, after the left-hand and right-hand elders finished killing him, they would be able to return in time to continue fighting. And the moment they returned, the Heavenly Spirit Sect would have 3.5 planet realms attacking and would be able to suppress the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect, and Violet Gold New Tao Sect easily. In fact, once they were successful, the Battle of the Divine Eye Civilization could be ended early. It was just that he calculated everything perfectly but still underestimated Wang Baoli. He didn't expect that an accident would still occur in the trap which involved the left-hand and right-hand elders and the Rainbow Bubble. But he still didn't know about everything that happened on the Eternal Star, so he was still very confident. The Sovereign Patriarch and New Tao Patriarch didn't know either. So, as their souls trembled and their expressions turned ugly, they tried to retreat and didn't wish to continue fighting. Obviously, they believed that even though Wang Baoli's combat strength was almost on par with that of a planet realm, it was almost impossible for him to escape successfully and not die after being tricked and landing himself in a passive situation. As the battle there was stalemated, on the Eternal Star, Wang Baoli unleashed his full speed as he turned into a long rainbow and looked for a special area to leave through. But the Heavenly Spirit Sect's right-hand elder behind him also unleashed his speed and gave chase. Furthermore, the right-hand elder was a planet realm and had a slight advantage in terms of speed. Even though heat waves were rolling on the Eternal Star and the storm would rumble towards him occasionally, it affected him slightly less than Wang Baoli. Because of that, one could visibly see his silhouette getting closer and closer to Wang Baoli. When he was less than 1,000 feet away from Wang Baoli, a cold glimmer flashed between the right-hand elder's eyes as he weaved hand seals and raised his right hand to point at Wang Baoli's back. Under the point, wisps of red mist instantly flew out from his 7 orifices. After gathering at his fingertip, they became a blood swallow and formed a blood-colored rainbow that flew straight towards Wang Baoli. It traveled 1,000 feet in an instant and exploded the moment it neared. It formed a huge patch of blood-colored fog, and it was like a giant mouth about to swallow Wang Baoli. If it was any other spirit immortal, they would definitely die after taking that hit. That was because the spreading of that divine power also contained the suppression of a planet realm. Under this suppression, the cultivation of ordinary spirit immortals would become messy, and it was possible for weaker ones to directly collapse. But for Wang Baoli, that wasn't enough. The moment the blood fog engulfed him, the Emperor armor appeared on Wang Baoli's body with a bang. That vicious appearance, flowing long hair, and the divine armament on his right hand made him seem like a god of war at that moment. Behind him, as the demonic eye art was activated, the giant black demonic eye appeared. After unleashing all that, Wang Baoli turned around suddenly in mid-air and slashed towards the approaching blood fog. Chapter 883, Dying Eternal Star. Chapter 883, Dying Eternal Star. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. His cultivation exploded forth, and the demonic eye opened. Alongside the augmentation of the Emperor armor and the power of the divine armament, the slash was heaven-shaking. It resisted the blood fog and slashed it into two. Meanwhile, Wang Baoli's body also trembled. While blood spilled out from the corners of his mouth, rumbles and impact tremors spread as well, causing the violent solar windstorm on the Eternal Star to get provoked again. It gushed from all directions as it exploded forth like a geyser with a bang. The explosive power was so intense that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It caused Wang Baoli's expression to change. Even the right-hand elder's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but retreat a little. But as his eyes flashed, he weaved hand seals with both hands as he retreated and blasted in all directions. The attacks seemed to be random, but they were extremely effective. Because, as he attacked, the solar windstorm that gathered there seemed to be provoked again, exploding forth in a wider area. As it exploded forth, it engulfed Wang Baoli within it. The right-hand elder growled. As he used all his might to defend himself, a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. He said that unless they have the mandate, those who learn the divine eye art are no different from anyone else on this eternal star. Long Nanzi, don't think that you're so different from everyone else here. This time, I'll definitely kill you. D*MN it. Wang Baoli had a calm expression as he unleashed all his divine powers in an attempt to resist the solar windstorm engulfing him while rapidly retreating. He had already understood at that moment that it was probably impossible for him to successfully find a weak spot to escape through. And because of the violence of the storm, his divine sense lost its effectiveness since it couldn't be dispersed. Although he seemed to have resisted the right-hand elder's attack, the heat waves the solar windstorm created made his entire body tremble. Wherever he looked, bright light gushed towards him. Furthermore, as the storm engulfed him, his body seemed to crack and almost be evaporated. It's all or nothing now. Seeing that he was unable to avoid it, Wang Baoli growled as the Emperor armor augmented him as though it was overclocked. The demonic eye behind him also expanded and transmogrified bigger demonic eyes. In fact, even the dark fire in his body spread towards the surroundings. He gave it his all, and his silhouette and the right-hand elder's body were engulfed by the solar windstorm gushing towards them in the next moment. The storm came and went quickly in just the span of over 10 breaths. It flew past the area the both of them were at and gushed towards the cosmos even further away. And as the power of the storm dissipated, one could see the silhouettes of Wang Baoli and the right-hand elder appear from within it. The latter's entire body trembled as a large number of protective dharmic treasures appeared outside his body. As the dharmic treasures collapsed and turned to dust, his own body obviously shriveled by quite a bit, and fear appeared in his eyes. Truly, after personally experiencing the previous storm, he felt a tinge of regret. Even though he was a planet realm, the sheer power made his heart jolt and his muscles tremble. Even if Long Nanzi doesn't die, he'll definitely be heavily injured. While his soul trembled, he suddenly looked towards Wang Baoli. But after the glance, the right-hand elder's pupils expanded. In reality, although Wang Baoli was also in a difficult position, he seemed to not be as heavily injured as he imagined. In fact, after the storm dissipated, Wang Baoli actually unleashed his speed and escaped further away in an instant. He probably has some dharmic treasures. But, on the Eternal Star, no matter how extraordinarily powerful his dharmic treasures are, they can't be sustained for long. Thinking back to how Wang Baoli had so many dharmic battleships, he would probably have 1 or 2 defensive dharmic treasures anyway. So, the right-hand elder didn't think much before he gritted his teeth and gave chase. However, he didn't know that, the current Wang Baoli seemed to have huge waves crashing onto his soul. That was because, the previous solar windstorm seemed horrifying, but after it exploded forth in his surroundings, it was actually not as strong as he imagined. Accurately speaking, there seemed to be some antibodies in his body that blocked almost half of the power of the solar windstorm after it engulfed him. This caused it to become manageable to him. What's going on? This right-hand elder isn't foolish. Since he said that the divine eye art has no additional effects here, it has to be true. After all, Yunzi also learned the divine eye art. Moreover, the Eternal Star was previously occupied by them, and they could test it at any time. If not, the right-hand elder wouldn't chase so closely. He must be very confident that under the same amount of danger, I'll die earlier than him. Then, why was half of the power of the solar windstorm neutralized when it engulfed me? Was it the dark fire? No, when I extracted the Eternal Star fire back then, although the dark fire had some effect, it wasn't much. Then, there's only one possibility. Chapter 884, The Only Way is to Fight. Chapter 884, The Only Way is to Fight. Wang Baoli thought rapidly. He was very clear that his demonic eye art could neutralize half of the power of the Eternal Starstorm. But even then, he was near his limit. Of course, although the right-hand elder was a planet realm and potentially had ways to neutralize some of the power, he would still be weaker than Wang Baoli in the end. So, while he felt that he was reaching his limit, the right-hand elder must have been reaching his limit as well. That was indeed true. When he looked at the right-hand elder, his current state had obviously worsened. His hair was all gone, his body was so shriveled that it looked like a skeleton, and even his cultivation disturbances had weakened. In fact, illusory shadows of a planet seemed to appear outside his body, and they seemed to be about to collapse. That was especially so considering that disbelief and frenzy appeared in his eyes. The right-hand elder wasn't foolish. He had already noticed something wrong and saw that Wang Baoli seemed to be able to neutralize the power of the Eternal Star. And this sort of neutralization wasn't due to dharmic treasures, but due to his own power. It was just that he realized it too late. But it wasn't his fault. If Wang Baoli tried to hide it while escaping by spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood or screaming a few times, for instance, trying to purposely trick him, the right-hand elder would definitely have noticed it immediately and known it was a trap. But Wang Baoli remained silent and charged viciously. His behavior made it hard for the right-hand elder to quickly notice anything amiss. But he still reacted extremely quickly. After taking a deep look at Wang Baoli, he actually started retreating very decisively. But he didn't just retreat. Instead, he weaved hand seals with both hands, while retreating and seemed to want to form a sealing force to try and prevent Wang Baoli from retreating like him by acting first. Long Nanzi, so what if you're sly? I admit that I was careless previously, but, by choosing to enter here, you're still asking for death. I don't even need to attack much. All I need to do is make it impossible for you to leave. As the right-hand elder's palm landed, divine powers exploded forth, and a giant hand seal appeared, crashing towards Wang Baoli. Between cultivators, the most important thing is still their cultivation levels. I'm a planet realm, and you're still only a spirit immortal. On this Eternal Star, so long as I can last a bit longer than you, there's still no doubt that you'll die here. The right-hand elder's cultivation exploded forth on his entire body as his eyes displayed even more frenzy. As a planet realm and an elder of the heavenly spirit sect, he had plenty of combat experience and had a decisive personality. At this moment, he ignored the fact that his planet showed signs of cracking as he tried to suppress Wang Baoli. He wanted to turn Wang Baoli's decision to near the Eternal Star's surface into one he would come to regret, because it was akin to shooting himself in the foot. Really? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. While the smile was unfeeling, it also gave one a sense of viciousness. What if you're no longer a planet realm? As Wang Baoli spoke, a cold glint flashed past his eyes. he had already raised his right hand, and within it was a jade slip. Curse! Wang Baoli spoke calmly as he unleashed his cultivation and infused it into the jade slip in his hand. He caused the jade slip to tremble violently, and black threads instantly appeared and spread from it. The threads were like a spider web. The moment they appeared, they ignored the eternal star storm in the surroundings and locked onto the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder, whose expression completely changed. They spread towards his glabella and threatened to engulf him. The right-hand elder's face instantly turned pale. A sense of danger that far exceeded what the eternal star made him feel exploded forth in his soul. He had a gut feeling that he absolutely couldn't let those threads near him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. As he felt extremely shocked, the right-hand elder immediately weaved hand seals with both hands and unleashed divine powers in an attempt to resist it. In fact, he even took out a large number of dharmic treasures to resist it. But it was no use. As they neared, the black threads directly passed through all of the right-hand elder's divine powers and dharmic treasures. While they completely ignored them, they also became smaller and smaller until they turned into a black mark that headed straight for the right-hand elder's glabella. They didn't give him any time to react. It was as though everything was predestined. In the next moment, they appeared between the right-hand elder's eyebrows and imprinted themselves within him. Rumbles sounded as the right-hand elder's body trembled violently, and he let out shrill cries of pain. The seal and illusory image of the palm in front of him that he had just unleashed immediately collapsed. And while he screamed, his cultivation seemed to be forcefully suppressed. The black mark on his glabella shone, and after it flashed continuously 9 times, his cultivation collapsed from the planet realm and dropped to the perfected stage spirit immortal realm. Such a collapse was different from when Wang Baoli used the curse previously to suppress someone from the late-stage spirit immortal realm, to the early-stage spirit immortal realm. This time, it was more astonishing and shocking. That was because this was a drop in level and the fall of a planet realm. This was also why Wang Baoli refused to use the curse against the right-hand elder no matter what previously. He understood that, in order to make the right-hand elder's cultivation drop 1 level under the curse, he could only do so when his opponent's body was in its worst possible state. That was why he chose to near the eternal star's surface. All that was done with the curse in mind. Now, you're no longer a planet realm. Guess, will we be competing to see who can last longer here? Or do you not even have the right to compete since you'll die at my hands when I attack? Killing intent rose in Wang Baoli's eyes as he flicked his body and charged straight towards the right-hand elder, who was retreating while screaming. The sudden change came so quickly that the Heavenly Spirit sect right-hand elder didn't know how to react. Never would he have thought that the long Nanzi in front of him actually had such an incredible technique. That was especially so when he recalled all the previous scenes. As he let out shrill screams under the soul-crushing pain, the process of him setting up the trap and battling Wang Baoli appeared in his mind. At the same time, he retreated while feeling an unprecedented sense of horror. Wang Baoli's planet realm palm, the fact that he heavily injured the left-hand elder, and him delaying the right-hand elder for a while, making him unable to set up other seals in time. All that, combined with how he purposely messed up the solar windstorm and made it more violent, making him unable to teleport and only able to give chase by unleashing his cultivation. Afterward, Long Nanzi changed his direction and headed straight for the eternal star's surface. The right-hand elder thought that he had seen through Long Nanzi's plans and found a way to retaliate in this dangerous situation. However, in the end, he discovered that he still got tricked. Long Nanzi's goal was to weaken him and unleash that heaven-defying curse. Instantly, the advantage he thought he had become a disadvantage. Such calculations and tactics instantly made the right-hand elder feel intense fear in his heart. Previously, he already took the Long Nanzi in front of him very seriously. But he only realized now that he hadn't taken Long Nanzi seriously enough. However, he realized it too late, and the consequences were too huge. While those thoughts flashed in his mind at that moment, the right-hand elder's body jolted as he tolerated the intense pain coming from his soul. He retreated rapidly, but he didn't give up on trying to kill Wang Baoli. Instead, as his fear increased, he felt an even stronger killing intent. I'll give it my all. I definitely can't allow this person to live. He knew that he had fallen for a trap and was at a disadvantage, but he obviously still had a trump card that could turn the tides. As for whether the right-hand elder still had other tricks up his sleeve, Wang Baoli was too lazy to care. And even if he knew his opponent still had trump cards, there was no way to reverse the current situation. That was because Wang Baoli was very clear that his curse could only last for 15 minutes at most. No matter whether the right-hand elder had follow-up measures, when the curse's time was up, he would still be faced with danger. Escaping had no use. So long as he was trapped on the Eternal Star, his future would be dark, and he would be caught up to sooner or later. At the same time, this wasn't how Wang Baoli normally handled things. So, he had to fight no matter what. He didn't believe that the right-hand elder didn't fear being in the same situation as him, being unable to leave the Eternal Star, when he gave chase previously and personally destroyed that weak spot. The violent storm on the Eternal Star had already gone helter-skelter and blocked off their senses. Danger was all around them, and the act of finding other nomological power weak spots successfully carried huge risks. And as time passed, it would get infinitely more difficult to leave. Unless, the right-hand elder has other methods to leave it will and dared to give chase because of that. Chapter 885, Push to the Limit. Chapter 885, Push to the Limit. Then, judging by his current state, if he really has such a method, he'll probably be using it soon. As those thoughts flashed within Wang Baoli's mind, his body traveled extremely quickly. Killing intent exploded forth intensely, and the violent aura on his body spread in all directions. He closed in immediately like a god of death. His emperor armor was unleashed, the demonic eye art transmogrified and opened, and the divine armament seemed to be competing with the surrounding sunlight to see who could shine brighter, as he slashed viciously towards the right-hand elder. Rumbles echoed in the surroundings, causing the surrounding solar windstorm to become more violent. The right-hand elder humphed and took out an ancient stone shield. The shield was very extraordinary. The moment it appeared, it melted and covered the right-hand elder's body, causing the right-hand elder to look like he had become a stone golem. As rumbles sounded, the divine armament landed. However, the right-hand elder, who turned into a stone golem, raised both arms and forcefully resisted the blow. Although his whole body trembled, it didn't shatter. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyebrows. As for the right-hand elder, his true face under the stone turned pale as he retreated rapidly while clashing with Wang Baoli. But he was still slightly slower than Wang Baoli and was caught up to in the next moment. Wang Baoli slashed again, and although the slash was still blocked by the right-hand elder's stone arm, this time, the stone arm not only trembled but also had a crack appear on it. I refuse to believe that I can't shatter you. The violent aura on Wang Baoli's body intensified as he flew into a frenzy. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the Heavenly Spirit Sect's right-hand elder again. As he neared, because of the speed and frequency he waved the divine armament, after images transmogrified as it landed rapidly. Instantly, it created a thunder-like boom which rumbled towards the surroundings. The right-hand elder was no match for him and could only defend passively. Moreover, Wang Baoli's consecutive attacks gave him absolutely no chance to counterattack and completely trapped him into a passive situation. This also greatly limited the number of divine powers he could use. Looking from afar, the silhouette of the right-hand elder was continuously retreating. The mouthfuls of blood he spat out also evaporated away quickly. In fact, under the frenzied attacks of Wang Baoli, the stone skin on his body had more cracks appear on it. And when Wang Baoli growled, the stone skin on the right-hand elder's body collapsed and exploded open. As it exploded open, the right-hand elder spat out even more blood as the injuries on his body grew more severe. But at that moment, a sense of viciousness appeared in his eyes. It seemed as though he had used his stone skin to buy time to unleash a divine power. Long Nanzi, it's my turn. As he spoke, the right-hand elder growled and roared. Intrinsic 7 refinements. The right-hand elder's expression was twisted and evil. Although he was in a completely passive situation previously and couldn't unleash many divine powers, he could finally unleash 2 divine powers using the time he bought via the stone skin. He didn't even need to prepare anything to unleash one of them, as it was his intrinsic technique and could be unleashed by just thinking about it. He tolerated attacks until now in order to unleash the other technique. The former was a power-storing divine power he prepared for when his cultivation broke through the early-stage planet realm. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to use it. But now, this was one of his trump cards. As rumbles and roars sounded, 7 rays of light exploded forth from outside his body. The 7 rays of light collectively had the 7 colors of a rainbow. Even though the solar windstorm was all around them, the 7 rays of light still shone brightly. The moment they appeared, the rainbow light flashed thrice, and 3 rays of light disappeared. But 3 rings that spread outwards rapidly appeared. As Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and a strange glint flashed between them, the 3 light rings crashed into him. The moment the two clashed, the 3 light rings buzzed and collapsed, but the power within them was astonishing, causing Wang Baoli's body to tremble and retreat. But the right-hand elder was even worse off. Mouthfuls of blood, which evaporated before they even landed on the ground, gushed from his mouth. Under the curse, his cultivation had to resist both the recoil from the collapse of his intrinsic 7 refinements and the surrounding solar windstorm, making his predicament even more dangerous. But, he released a big laugh as he retreated, and viciousness flashed between his eyes. Long Nanzi, I'll admit that you're a man among men, but this time, you've been tricked yet again. Frenzy exploded forth in his eyes as he weaved hand seals with both hands and waved them outwards violently. Instantly, the 4 types of lights left outside his body disappeared and turned into 4 light rings. They didn't charge towards Wang Baoli. Instead, they exploded forth while spinning towards the surroundings. Such an explosion took all of the right-hand elder's power and was his intrinsic trump card. So, as it collapsed, it formed a vortex that was like a black hole. The moment the vortex formed, it attracted and pulled the surroundings. Within the perimeter of the violent eternal star, and in the void where the solar windstorm spread, the appearance of the vortex immediately pulled the surrounding solar windstorm towards it. This caused a white light to appear in the area where the 2 of them were located. But that wasn't the most horrifying part. The clash between the both of them might have continuously provoked the eternal star and caused it to reach a certain point. So, the moment the vortex was formed, far away from the 2 of them, silently, a light that was so bright one couldn't tell its color was formed. It was indescribably violent and seemed to be mist-like and liquid at the same time. It brought with it an indescribably horrifying power as it swept towards the 2 of them from afar. Right now, only one expression seemed apt enough to describe the scene. That was, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Looking from afar, the extreme light was like a divine hand that could destroy everything. It connected all directions together and spread infinitely. As it covered the area, it seemed to be able to wipe away everything that existed under its power. In front of it, all those whose cultivation levels weren't high enough were like ants. They could be easily exterminated. If heaven and earth existed there, they would definitely have changed at this moment. The extreme light replaced everything and became this place's only color. In fact, with just one look, Wang Baoli's eyes stung as though they were about to be pierced. The right-hand elder felt the same way as true shock appeared on his face. Originally, he only planned to make use of the vortex to gather the eternal star's power in this area, and cause a huge explosion that could eliminate Long Nanzi. Never did he expect that his actions would actually create this unimaginably huge and horrifying turn of events. That was because that extreme light was a solar flare. It was an existence that could destroy everything. For those below the eternal star realm, touching it meant certain death. The right-hand elder, whose expression turned pale, gave up on quickly forming a plan. As his face turned pale, he grabbed his right hand tightly without hesitation. In the next moment, his right hand self-destructed. As his blood and skin spread towards the surroundings and were instantly destroyed by the high heat there, a weak light of teleportation spread from within it. A blur star map also transmogrified from within it. One could see thousands of light spots on the star map. Every light spot seemed to represent a civilization's eternal star sun. This was why the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder used his stone skin to block Wang Baoli's attacks and buy time previously. This was also one of the 2 trump cards he unleashed. It was the eternal star's teleportation that was sealed within his palm with the violet gold civilization's eternal star as its foundation. The teleportation could allow the violet gold civilization's planet realm cultivators to instantly teleport to specific areas within the boundaries of the violet gold civilization when they were outside the violet gold civilization's boundaries. Every civilization the light spots represented was a subordinate of the violet gold civilization. The Divine Eye civilization wasn't subordinate to the violet gold civilization yet, so it wasn't within that boundary and couldn't allow teleportation between one another. That was why they needed the Divine Eye royalty to activate the Eye of the Eternal Star to allow the violet gold civilization to descend. And the Right-Hand Elder's plan was to use his intrinsic 7 refinements to make the place even more violent, getting it to reach a level that was enough to eliminate Wang Baoli. Meanwhile, he would use the Eternal Star teleportation to leave the Divine Eye civilization's Eternal Star at a crucial moment. The direction of the teleportation needed to be chosen, but as he was in danger, the Right-Hand Elder had no time to choose and just picked a spot at random. In the next moment, his body blurred. But just as his silhouette blurred, and right as the solar flare swept over, a glimmer suddenly flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes. "I thought you would wait a while more before using your method of escape." Chapter 886, Earth Spirit Civilization. Chapter 886, Earth Spirit Civilization. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli had already guessed about the Heavenly Spirit Sect's Right-Hand Elder's trump card for a very long time. In fact, he prepared many plans in his heart because of this. However, he was very clear that it was extremely difficult to guess one's intentions. So, to trick his opponent step by step and achieve his goal, it mostly depended on luck. What he could do was ensure as much as possible that every step reached a level that he was satisfied with. As for whether things would really end the way he wanted them to, Wang Baoli wasn't sure. According to his original plan, he wanted to make use of the curse's suppression to steal his opponent's exit method and exit alone, making his opponent die a horrible death there. But now, it was obviously impossible. But no matter what, even though some hiccups happened, at that moment, the Right-Hand Elder still unleashed the teleportation technique. It was just that Wang Baoli's actions needed to change. The explosion of the solar flare left him with no other choice. So, as the Right-Hand Elder's body blurred and he was about to teleport away, Wang Baoli didn't hesitate, decisiveness appearing in his eyes. Instantly, he controlled the Emperor armor on his body and unleashed it until it almost hit its point of collapse. He unleashed 99% of its power at that moment. The Emperor armor itself was extraordinary. Not only did it have astonishing power, but it was fused with the Divine Eye Royalty's armor. To a certain extent, it was like the energy-storing equipment the Federation produced. It unleashed 99% of the spirit energy stored within it at that moment and immediately formed a heaven-shaking power. It was like a storm, and when it spread, Wang Baoli controlled it with all his might and directed all the power it unleashed behind him. Behind him, as the demonic eye art was activated, a giant black eye appeared. At that moment, Wang Baoli had displayed the ultimate form of his cultivation as dark fire also spread, causing the black eye to instantly become clear. There was also the unleashing of almost all of the Emperor armor's power. As all the power gushed in, it caused the black eye to instantly expand in a wide area. In fact, threads of blood appeared on it. It looked extremely horrifying, and it exploded forth violently towards the Right-Hand Elder. An unprecedented restrictive power rose. Even though the Right-Hand Elder's silhouette became a blur and the teleportation couldn't be reversed after being activated, under the curse, his cultivation dropped to the spirit immortal realm. Moreover, the activation of Wang Baoli's demonic eye art used the Emperor armor, which had unleashed 99% of its power, as its nutrients and made it so that the Emperor armor couldn't be used before it fully recovered. So his blurry body couldn't help but stop the moment he was about to be teleported away. It was just that, as the two clashed previously and time passed, the power of the curse slowly approached its time limit. So, although the Right-Hand Elder was restricted by the demonic eye art, it was only for a very short while. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. But even then, it was enough. The moment the Right-Hand Elder's body paused and recovered, with a bang, Wang Baoli's body turned into mist and neared where the Right-Hand Elder's body disappeared from with astonishing speed. Wang Baoli entered the teleportation array formation at the same time as the Right-Hand Elder. Like how he had no time to chase away the Right-Hand Elder and prevent him from teleporting, the Right-Hand Elder knew that Wang Baoli was coming but had no time to block him. The solar flare was already nearing, and no matter how unwilling he felt, he couldn't do anything but watch as Wang Baoli teleported away with him. and the moment they teleported out, the extreme light of the solar flare engulfed the area and completely covered where they were. It didn't stop as it swept towards an even further area, and the area it affected got bigger and bigger. After expanding past a certain point horizontally, it started shooting upwards. At that moment, although the sovereign patriarch, the heavenly spirit sect lord, and cultivators from both sides were locked in an intense battle, the extreme light from the eternal star and deep-seated sense of fear from their souls made everyone look towards the eternal star together, and all their expressions changed immensely. Without hesitation, after the sovereign patriarch and new Tao patriarch exchanged glances, they retreated and spread their divine wills to tell the disciples under them to retreat immediately. If it was any other time, the heavenly spirit sect lord would definitely have obstructed them, but his face was also pale as shock appeared in his eyes. He was clear about what the left-hand and right-hand elders were doing on the eternal star. Seeing how such a change in events occurred, it was hard for him to remain calm. He didn't believe that a mere spirit immortal could still survive after all that setup. Even if the spirit immortal was extraordinary, he didn't believe that he could escape from such a situation. But, when he saw the solar flare, he suddenly lost his confidence and felt a faint sense of unease. So, without hesitation, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the divine royalties He Yunzi. When he learned that He Yunzi's mandate still hadn't recovered, the sense of unease in his heart grew even more intense. But regardless of how things on the eternal star progressed, under the unleashing of the solar flare, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. He immediately retreated and used all of his strength to defend. If there was any delay and the solar flare exploded, a huge catastrophe would befall them. D*MN. The heavenly spirit sect lord gritted his teeth and allowed the divine sovereign justice sect and violet gold new Tao sect to leave. As he spread his divine will, he also retreated and headed straight for their temporary base while activating the defenses with all his might. He planned to wait until the effects of the solar flare were over before thinking about the battle. At the same time, as both sides were in a ceasefire within the Divine Eye civilization, extremely far away from the Divine Eye civilization, even further than the area of the Ser family's market that Wang Baoli visited previously, there existed a civilization called the Earth Spirit Civilization. Because that civilization produced supreme-grade spirit stones, it was conquered by the Violet Gold civilization many years ago. All of their mighty figures either died or became slaves. While they were completely oppressed, their civilization's eternal star was also taken away by the Violet Gold civilization and infused into the Violet Gold civilization's eternal star. What they left behind for the Earth Spirit civilization was a man-made eternal star created by the Violet Gold civilization. It was an eternal star on the surface, but in reality, it was a giant congregation of array formations. While it could control the entire civilization, it also turned the place into a teleportation point of the Violet Gold civilization. As for the cultivators of that civilization, naturally, their fates were changed. They became miners, and from birth until death, every generation had to give their all for the Violet Gold civilization. Such civilizations were commonplace in the area of the Violet Gold civilization. Although the Earth Spirit civilization was still within the left Tao Holy Domain's 19th domain, even Planet Realm cultivators had to fly for more than 1,000 years if they wanted to reach the Divine Eye civilization from there, unless they unleashed a Holy Domain level teleportation. But even the Violet Gold civilization didn't have Holy Domain level teleportation. Only those who held power over the entire never-ending Tao domain could have it. If outsiders wanted to borrow it, the price they had to pay was enough to make even the Violet Gold civilization shudder. After all, a so-called Holy Domain level teleportation was essentially building one's own base in multiple areas like the Internet. The larger the area covered, the greater the number of locations one could teleport to. The theory behind the Violet Gold civilization's eternal star teleportation was the same. But although they were the 19th domain's dominant force, that was only in terms of power. As for their sphere of influence, with the Violet Gold civilization's current level, it wasn't enough to spread throughout the entire domain. And at that moment, within the dull cosmos of the Earth Spirit civilization, an intense light suddenly appeared in one area. The light was resplendent one moment, spreading outwards in an extremely large area, then it disappeared in the next moment. It ended before the Earth Spirit civilization could notice. The moment the light shone and disappeared, a patch of mist transmogrified from within the light. Without any hesitation, the moment it appeared, it picked up speed and moved towards the cosmos in the distance. As it moved, the patch of mist rapidly gathered and turned into Wang Baoli's silhouette. His face was pale as he accelerated. That was because he was very clear that the time limit of the curse might have already passed or was about to be reached. So, he had to run now. And as he moved, another silhouette stumbled as it transmogrified from the void. After rapidly gathering, it exposed the right-hand elder's silhouette, which was in a sorry state. He immediately picked up Wang Baoli's trail but hesitated for a moment. Although he also sensed that the curse on his body was dissipating quickly, the sense of fear he felt towards Wang Baoli was already extremely intense even when he fought him on the Eternal Star previously. Even though his killing intent got even stronger, he still decided to play it safe. This is the territory of the Violet Gold Civilization and has the man-made Eternal Star Array formation. Long Nanzi, there's nowhere for you to escape to. The right-hand elder narrowed his eyes and didn't give chase. Instead, he headed towards the man-made Eternal Star, which the Earth Spirit Civilization cultivators saw as a deity-like presence and dared not go near. With the mandate he had as a Violet Gold Civilization planet realm cultivator, it wasn't an exaggeration to call him a deity in this subordinate civilization. As he charged into the Earth Spirit Civilization's man-made Eternal Star, an array formation that sealed the entire Earth Spirit Civilization and prevented entry, an exit rose from the boundaries of the Earth Spirit Civilization. Chapter 887, The End of a Civilization. Chapter 887, The End of a Civilization. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The web-like array formation looked like honeycombs in a beehive. It appeared suddenly and encased the Earth Spirit Civilization. No one could enter the civilization, and no one could get out. Its formation had happened too quickly. A few shuttles that had been hovering at the borders of the Earth Spirit Civilization didn't move away in time and were destroyed instantly. Others were locked outside and couldn't enter. The result was panic spreading rapidly across the Earth Spirit Civilization's administration. Something like this had never happened before. But they knew that the only power that could have caused the man-made Eternal Star to set up a seal around the Earth Spirit Civilization was the Violet Gold Civilization. That was why the administration managed to keep their composure despite their anxiety and fear, and seek clarification from the people inside the man-made Eternal Star through a special channel. It didn't take long before a voice, boosted by the man-made Eternal Star and the array formation, spread across the civilization and echoed in the minds of every person in the civilization. Find this person. When you do whatever it takes to kill him. The issuance of that command and the release of Wang Baoli's picture sent the entire Earth Spirit Civilization into an uproar. A fervent search soon began. It was clear that they were forced into conducting the manhunt. No one dared to disobey instructions from the Violet Gold Civilization. While the entire Earth Spirit Civilization was searching for Wang Baoli, the right-hand elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect was sitting in a pool in the man-made Eternal Star. The water was filled with spirit chi. Wisps of mist rose from the spirit pool with the rise and fall of his chest and entered his body through his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His cultivation had been recovered fully, and he had dispelled the curse on him. But because of the serious injuries that he had suffered in the battle on the Eternal Star and his wariness towards Wang Baoli, he had decided to recuperate in the man-made Eternal Star first. He would restore himself to his full strength before hunting Wang Baoli down. Even though this wasn't an Eternal Star, it was still part of the Violet Gold Civilization's protectorate. He was confident of his ability to kill Long Nanzi at his full restored strength. He wasn't worried that Long Nanzi would escape. Both the man-made Eternal Star and the seal had been set up by 3 Eternal Star Realm patriarchs from the Violet Gold Civilization. Even ordinary Eternal Star Realm cultivators would find breaking the seal a challenge. The right-hand elder smiled mirthlessly at that thought. He had other means at his disposal too. He hadn't been able to establish communications with his sect lord, because the Divine Eye Civilization wasn't part of the Violet Gold Civilization territory. But now, he could contact the Violet Gold Civilization with the help of the man-made Eternal Star. He could seek help from planet realm cultivators from other sects in killing Long Nanzi. It would be a piece of cake. However, doing that would call attention to the Heavenly Spirit sect's failure. It would be a blow to his reputation and pride too. That was why he squashed that idea as soon as it popped into his head. We have enough time. It won't take long. Within 2 weeks, Long Nanzi will meet his death. As the right-hand elder recuperated, beyond the man-made eternal star and in the Earth Spirit civilization, on a planet closest to the eternal star, in an inn in a city on the planet, sat a young man. He was looking up at the sun in the sky, a mirthless smile on his face. This young man was Wang Baoli. He looked very different from a human cultivator presently. Instead of 2 eyes, he had 3. His ears were extremely big, and his arms were thicker than his thighs. He looked extremely strong. His appearance would have been extremely out of place in the Federation or the Divine Eye civilization. But it was common in the Earth Spirit civilization. That was because everyone looked like that. The aesthetics of this civilization were different from that of the Federation too. It seemed to prize asymmetry as a measurement of beauty. The buildings were built from piles of differently colored stones. The stones differed in sizes and appearance, so everything looked oddly mismatched. These mismatched buildings formed the city. Despite its lack of symmetry and beauty, the odd-looking city was filled with people. Streams of pedestrians walked the bustling and rowdy streets. The ratio of cultivators to ordinary folks in the city was startling too. Out of 10 people, 9 were cultivators. But most of them were at a low cultivation realm. Wang Baoli didn't find a single Foundation establishment realm cultivator even after looking for a very long time. So, this is the Earth Spirit civilization. Wang Baoli sat in the inn and sipped at what was supposed to be a popular local beverage. He looked up and stared at the sun, his eyes narrowing slowly. He saw not a sun in the sky but an enormous purple sphere made of metal. If he were to take a closer look, he would be able to see countless inscriptions lining the surface of the sphere. They overlapped one another and emitted bursts of light, releasing heat and light that spread across the entire Earth Spirit civilization. Wang Baoli had noticed some of those inscriptions vanishing and being replaced by new ones. With his former level of cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to discern the cause for that. But with his current level of cultivation, he could tell what was going on after careful inspection. What an incredible man-made eternal star. It controls all lives in this civilization. When an inscription disappears, it means that a life in this civilization has ended. When a new inscription appears, it means that a new life has been born. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath. The extent of the violet gold civilization's power alarmed him. During his escape, he had sensed the seal as soon as it had been activated. He had used the unique abilities of his essence body to take on the form of a local citizen of the violet gold civilization. He had also informed Zhao Yameng, who was hidden in a Dharmic battleship inside his storage bag. She had explained what was going on in the Earth Spirit civilization. However, she hadn't paid much attention to this civilization when she had been in the Violet Gold civilization. Besides, the inner workings of the man-made Eternal Star were highly confidential. She didn't know much about it. Wang Baoli had to make his own analysis and assessment. Now that he was aware of his situation, Wang Baoli had an idea of what the right-hand elder was planning. As a result, he wasn't worried about the Violet Gold civilization sending other powerful cultivators after him. He also knew that he still had some time to concoct a plan to escape. That was why he had come to this city. He intended to find out more about this civilization and take a closer look at the man-made sun. He wanted to see if he could find the sun's weaknesses. This city was the city that was closest to the sun. However, he was left sighing secretly after observing the crowd carefully and running through his hypothesis about the man-made sun. Unbelievable, such man-made suns are beyond my refinement capabilities. The nomological power hidden inside each sun must be incredible. It has the power to keep everyone in the Earth Spirit civilization enslaved for all eternity. Wang Baoli sighed softly. As he frowned, he heard laughter ringing outside the inn. Let's grab a bite before returning to the sect. According to the standards of beauty in this civilization, these 5 people were considered extremely good-looking. After entering the inn, they chose a table near Wang Baoli, sat down, and began chatting merrily. They were dressed in the same attire. An image of a purple half-moon could be found at the edge of their sleeves. Of the 5, 4 were at the mid-stage Qi refinement realm. The last, a young man who looked rather arrogant, was at the perfected Qi refinement realm. The other customers in the inn were visibly affected by their arrival. Some looked down, while others called for their bill hastily. That sparked Wang Baoli's interest. He decided to listen into the conversation of these new arrivals. "Senior brother Taizhong, you've proven yourself once again and done a great service to the sect by exceeding the expectations set for the mission. You'll definitely gain a breakthrough in cultivation when you return to the sect. You'll be the cream of the crop in the Orchid Lunar sect then." "That's right. With the tribute that you've prepared, you'll definitely acquire a level 2 mandate when you return to the sect and make your sacrifice to the Violet Sun. Your potential will be unleashed, and you'll reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Haha, let's see if Luo Jiao dares to push his weight around then." The young man called Taizhong coughed after hearing what his junior brothers said. "All right, serving the sect is part of our duties as disciples. But Luo Jiao, humph. When I get back to the sect, I'm going to teach him a lesson for offending junior sister Xuyen." The young man called Taizhong spoke coolly. Lust flickered in his eyes as he glanced quickly at the young woman seated next to him. It was then that he realized that her eyes weren't on him but on a young man seated nearby, next to the window. "Junior sister Xuyen, do you know that person?" Taizhong glanced at the person she was looking at and asked. Scorn flickered in his eyes when he realized that the person was only at the Qi refinement realm. "No. But senior brother Taizhong, don't you feel that there's something strange about that person? I can't explain it, but I just have this inexplicable feeling." The young man that had drawn their attention was obviously Wang Baoli. He had some doubts after overhearing their conversation. Based on what they had said, no practice or training was required for one to advance from the Qi refinement to the Foundation Establishment realm. There was also no need to find an artifact to serve as one's core. In fact, one didn't even need to take pills. All one needed to do was make a sacrifice to the Violet Sun. The Violet Sun is the man-made sun. So, a greater mandate and a higher level of cultivation can be acquired by sacrificing to the Violet Sun. Wang Baoli's eyes narrowed. The conclusion that he arrived at inside his head made him sigh. "My understanding of this man-made sun is incomplete. It doesn't simply determine the life and death of people in the Earth Spirit civilization, it also controls their cultivation. The cultivation of everyone in the Earth Spirit civilization isn't real. Instead, it's a result of the man-made sun's augmentation. The sun determines how much cultivation each person has. If the man-made sun disappears, they will all become ordinary people. This is a civilization of indentured slaves." Wang Baoli took a deep breath. Determination shone in his eyes. He would never allow the Federation to fall into such a state. Chapter 888, The Zealous Xie Haiyang. Chapter 888, The Zealous Xie Haiyang. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Their cultivation is an illusion, but they're living real lives. Wang Baoli sighed softly. He couldn't describe the emotions he was feeling, but he knew that he would do everything he could to prevent the Federation, his home, from falling into a similar state. There's nothing worth investigating here anymore. I should get a closer look at the seal, find out if there are other ways to get out of this place. Wang Baoli shook his head secretly. He was about to get to his feet and leave when the young woman next to him stood as well. She had a look of confusion on her face as she stared at Wang Baoli. After some hesitation, she spoke. "Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment." Wang Baoli stopped in his tracks and turned towards the young woman who had spoken to him. He had sensed her gaze on him earlier. Through his divine will, he had also sensed something special about the young woman. There was a strange fire inside her body. It was extremely well hidden. If not for the fact that Wang Baoli's cultivation was almost at the planet realm and that he was a dark child, he wouldn't have been able to sense the fire at all. The fire appeared to be a kind of seed. A cultivator who must have been at least at the planet realm had dispersed it at his moment of death. In fact, Wang Baoli believed that this hadn't been the only seed that the planet realm cultivator had dispersed. Some remnant will of the native planet, perhaps? Wang Baoli wasn't particularly interested after his initial glance. The chance of resurrecting oneself through remnants of one's will was close to zero in the Earth Spirit civilization's current environment. The only thing such remnants achieved was to allow its hosts to acquire some actual cultivation. However, environmental constraints put a limit on how much actual cultivation one could get. One could only reach the core formation realm in the current environment. If he weren't trapped there, Wang Baoli might have been interested in chatting with the young woman. However, he wasn't in the mood for that now. After a brief glance, he spoke coolly. "We're not meant to be." Having said that, he turned away and walked out. The young man called Taizhong, who was seated next to the young woman, sighed a breath of relief when he saw Wang Baoli's reaction. That being said, he had to uphold the pride of the person he liked, so he put a stern look on his face and snorted. "Stop right there. No one said you could leave." The young man was clearly used to having his way. He took a step forward as he spoke and made a grab for Wang Baoli. But just as his hand was about to land on Wang Baoli, he froze suddenly. A look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes as he stood behind Wang Baoli. Things returned to normal in the next moment. It was as if he couldn't see Wang Baoli at all. He turned back to his companions, laughing loudly. "Let's grab a bite before returning to the sect." Those words were the same words that he had uttered earlier when they had first arrived. His repetition of those same utterances should have been a bizarre sight, but no one, including the other customers, the inn master, or his companions, including the young woman with a special fire inside her, showed any hints of confusion or suspicion. It was as if nothing was wrong. The young man soon sat down, and his fellow disciples began chatting happily again. "Senior brother Taizhong, you've proven yourself once again." Time seemed to have rewound to the point when the 5 cultivators had first stepped into the inn. Only this time, Wang Baoli had stepped out of the busy inn, his solitary silhouette looking lonesome as he walked into the distance. He wasn't particularly bothered by what those ordinary people had said. With his level of cultivation and a simple dark dream, he could modify the memories of everyone in the inn without their knowledge. After his silhouette vanished completely from sight, the young woman called Xiuyan, who was seated next to Taizhong, looked up again. She stared into the horizon and at the spot where Wang Baoli had disappeared with a slightly lost look in her eyes. "Junior sister Xiuyan, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." The young woman shook her head and returned to the conversation. Then, subconsciously, without her knowledge, she trembled once. She also didn't know that at that same moment, almost 1 million people across the entire Earth Spirit civilization, in numerous cities as well as the remote wilderness, and of varying levels of cultivation and status, who all looked different from one another, had trembled slightly too. Wang Baoli, who had been walking inside the city and had been prepared to depart, had sensed something at that same moment. His brow creased slightly into a frown, then smoothed out gradually. He ignored the feeling, took a step forward, and entered the abyss, disappearing from the city. When he reappeared again, he was amongst the stars. He wasn't in the form prior to his reappearance. Instead, his form looked blurry, like a cloud of mist. The mist seemed to melt into the cosmos. Unnoticed by both the naked eye and one's divine sense, it raced silently into the distant cosmos. The Earth Spirit civilization wasn't very big. It took Wang Baoli only half a day to reach the edge of the civilization. He saw the seal that spanned the edge of the civilization from one end to the other. Wang Baoli morphed from his mist-like form into Long Nanzi again and stared at the honeycomb shape of the seal for a very long time. His brow gradually furrowed into a deep frown. He dared not try to break the seal rashly. He didn't have a good feeling about the seal. His planet realm palm was now useless, and a great number of his dharmic battleships were damaged or destroyed. His emperor armor had lost most of its spirit energy and was useless now too. Honestly, he didn't have many tricks up his sleeve at the moment. After a long bout of silence, Wang Baoli sent his divine will into his storage bag. Zhao Yameng was sitting inside one of the dharmic battleships inside, meditating silently. Sprawled next to her and snoring loudly was the donkey. As for little Wu, he was waiting on Zhao Yameng at her side while glancing at her from time to time. Zhao Yameng opened her eyes a moment after Wang Baoli's divine will slipped into the storage bag. Then, with the aid of his divine will, she took a look at the seal around the civilization. Little Wu also got a look at it. "Yameng, help me take a look. See, if there's any way to break this array formation." Wang Baoli had told Zhao Yameng what had happened as soon as he had been teleported there. They were in a dangerous position. Even though he could hide his aura because he was in his essence body, Zhao Yameng couldn't. Her presence might be discovered by the man-made Eternal Star once she left the storage bag. As a result, after discussing it with Zhao Yameng, Wang Baoli had decided not to let her out. With the aid of Wang Baoli's divine will, Zhao Yameng examined the array formation in detail. A frown appeared between her delicate brows, and she sighed a moment later. This man-made sun is the core of the violet gold civilization. The array formation inside the sun was refined by 3 Eternal Star Realm cultivators. Even my master at the Heavenly Spirit sect wouldn't be able to break it. Baoli, this seal isn't something that can be broken by us, Zhao Yameng said softly. She was worried too, now that she knew the predicament Wang Baoli was in. Wang Baoli fell silent when he heard her reply. Something flickered in his eyes imperceptibly, and he sent a voice transmission to Little Wu. Little Wu, anything you can do about this? There was a lost look in Little Wu's eyes when he heard Wang Baoli's question. Nevertheless, he did his best and pretended that he was giving the question a lot of thought. Finally, he dejectedly shook his head. Wang Baoli gave Little Wu a meaningful look, then ignored him entirely after that. Instead, he stared thoughtfully at the array formation before him. The gears in his head spun furiously. He suddenly pulled out a jade slip from his storage bag. Xie Haiyang had given him this jade slip. He had told him that Wang Baoli could use it to communicate with him while inside the Imperial Cemetery. Wang Baoli had no intention of contacting Xie Haiyang except as a last resort. The three-way deal that Xie Haiyang had made had left a bad taste in Wang Baoli's mouth. That had been why he hadn't thought once about contacting Xie Haiyang when he had been on the Eternal Star. He held the jade slip up now and stared at it with great reluctance. This array formation may be powerful, but Xie Haiyang might be able to do something about it with his vast resources. I'll think of something else if I can't establish contact with him. Even if I manage to contact Xie Haiyang, if the price he sets is unreasonable, I'll cut off all ties with him then. If worse comes to the worst, I'll head for the man-made Eternal Star. The right-hand elder is obviously recuperating inside. I'll fight to the death in order to kill him. The worst that could happen would be me blowing up my Eternal Star fire. Determination appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes after a long moment. He sent his divine will into the jade slip in his hand and tried to reach out to Xie Haiyang. As soon as his divine will entered the jade slip, a blinding light erupted from the device. Before Wang Baoli could speak, Xie Haiyang's voice drifted from the jade slip and rang out in Wang Baoli's mind. Brother Baoli, ha ha, it's been a long while since you last contacted me. I was beginning to miss you. I admit that I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. I was wondering if I should send some materials over to you. We're such good friends, after all. Besides, you're an important customer of mine. Xie Haiyang's voice brimmed with zeal and warmth as it traveled through the jade slip. Despite Wang Baoli's slight disapproval of what Xie Haiyang had done, he couldn't help but feel slightly appeased. Chapter 889, Peace for Sale. Chapter 889, Peace for Sale. While some of his anger had dissipated, Wang Baoli was still very upset about Xie Haiyang's three-way deal. He knew that businessmen only cared about maximizing their profits. Nevertheless, he still felt hurt. Brother Haiyang, I treated you like a friend, but you sold me out, Wang Baoli said softly, his words honest and tinged with slight sorrow. Xie Haiyang fell silent when he heard them. After a long moment, he smiled wryly. Brother Baoli, you're right. I've gone too far, this time. I owe you one. Forget it. You mentioned that you'll be giving me some materials. I'm not going to accept them. How about this? I'm in a slight fix now. Maybe you can help me with that. Wang Baoli coughed. In his view, he wasn't a petty-minded person. Since Xie Haiyang was truly sorry, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to keep harping on what had passed. Instead, he decided to mention the problem he was having casually. Wang Baoli didn't hide anything from Xie Haiyang and instead told him everything honestly. His identity had been exposed because of what had happened in the Imperial Cemetery, and he had attracted the attention of the Violet Gold civilization. They had set him up. Even though he had survived and escaped with his life, he was now trapped in the Earth Spirit civilization. He also highlighted that he didn't have much time left. The right-hand elder of the Violet Gold civilization was going to find him any moment now and try to kill him. Even though he hadn't hidden any information from Sir Haiyang, he had played up some of the details and made the affair seem irrevocably interlinked with what had happened in the Imperial Cemetery. While Wang Baoli hadn't revealed any anxiety or panic during his narration, Sir Haiyang instantly knew after listening to Wang Baoli what was going on. Wang Baoli was hinting that the farce in the Imperial Cemetery had led to new and hidden threats to Wang Baoli's safety. Basically, if Sir Haiyang was truly apologetic, he would help Wang Baoli resolve his current predicament. Because of Wang Baoli's subtle hints, there was no way Sir Haiyang could initiate any negotiations and set a price for his assistance. It was difficult to explain the subtleties hidden in Wang Baoli's words. One had to rely on one's guts and heart in order to truly appreciate the beauty of his words. Sir Haiyang smiled wryly once more. His admiration and respect for Wang Baoli grew. This was why he believed that Wang Baoli had a great chance of becoming an extremely powerful cultivator. In fact, this was why he had expressed his apology to Wang Baoli after his three-way deal. His guts told him that Wang Baoli possessed extraordinary character and means. He might appear to be from an ordinary family, but behind that veil of the ordinary hid a secret that even Sir Haiyang couldn't see through. Even if he were to disregard Wang Baoli's secrets, the Flame Patriarch's desire to have Wang Baoli as his disciple was proof that Wang Baoli was no ordinary person. What made things more extraordinary was that Wang Baoli had refused the Flame Patriarch's offer. In addition, even though Wang Baoli was currently in a dangerous predicament, he appeared unwilling to reach out to the Flame Patriarch and accept him as his master. That was why he believed that Wang Baoli was being supported by someone extremely powerful and that he possessed some incredible trump cards. Sir Haiyang's guesses and the conclusion that he had reached left him silent. After a moment, he spoke. Sending you back to the Divine Eye civilization is a piece of cake for me. I can activate my access rights and save you the teleportation fees this time. You'll be teleported to the market that I've set up base at. Your journey back to the Divine Eye civilization would be shortened considerably then. Teleporting you away might be easy, but breaking the seal inside the Violet Gold civilization's man-made Eternal Star will be a challenge. Their man-made Eternal Star might not be extremely advanced, but it still possesses the power of an Eternal Star. Besides, the Xie family are businessmen. It's important that we play by the rules. We can't abuse our power without a legitimate reason. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow when he heard what Sir Haiyang had said. He was about to speak when Sir Haiyang interrupted him. The latter seemed to know his thoughts. Brother Baoli, I'm not trying to make money off you, but I really need time to break this seal. Sir Haiyang sat in his pavilion that was located in the market, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes as he spoke. He was deliberating his next moves and how he should proceed in order to showcase his abilities while regaining Wang Baoli's trust, and earning some measure of respect from Wang Baoli. Sir Haiyang might treat Wang Baoli as a friend, but he was still a businessman at heart. Be it his value to Wang Baoli or Wang Baoli's to him, both were concerns he had to first consider regardless of their friendship. Wang Baoli's value to him was motivation for him to keep Wang Baoli as a friend. Similarly, Wang Baoli would be more eager to keep him as a friend if he was of value to Wang Baoli. He could easily resolve the predicament that Wang Baoli was currently in. What he needed to decide on was the best way to do so. Something flickered in Sir Haiyang's eyes as these thoughts flashed across his mind. His lips then twitched upward into a smile, and he sent another voice transmission out. Brother Baoli, don't worry about the teleportation fees. I'll do it for free this time. Don't worry about the cost of breaking the seal either. We're brothers, after all. I'll waive the fees for you. Give me 2 weeks. I promise I'll help you break that seal. Wang Baoli's eyes narrowed when he heard what Sir Haiyang had said. He had a vague feeling that there was another layer of meaning hidden beneath those words. He couldn't tell what it was right now though, so he kept quiet and waited for Sir Haiyang to continue speaking. But Brother Baoli, I think what you need now isn't a way to break the seal or teleport away but peace. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed, and he spoke coolly. Brother Haiyang, what do you mean by that? Brother Baoli, I'll be honest with you. I sell everything and anything here, including peace. Xie Haiyang smiled, his voice filled with confidence as he spoke. Peace? How do you sell that? Wang Baoli frowned. He seemed doubtful and wondered if he was going to be persuaded to buy himself a guard. By selling peace tokens. You can track the validity period using the Federation calendar. Each token is valid for 1 year. Basically, no one will dare give you trouble after you buy a peace token. When you bump into enemies, just show them the peace token. They'll retreat 100 light-years away at the sight of it. They'll probably wish they can fall to their knees and beg for mercy. Xie Haiyang explained the functions of the peace token. His sales pitch sounded compelling. Wang Baoli seemed doubtful after hearing what Xie Haiyang had said, then he asked for the price of the token. A strange look settled on his face after Xie Haiyang replied. In his head, there was a stampede of horses thundering across the plains. After a moment, he ended the voice transmission without saying anything. His voice transmission jade slip vibrated in the next moment. Xie Haiyang's awkward laughter drifted out from the device. Baoli, listen to me. You can stop talking. I can't afford it. Wang Baoli said coolly. Why are you getting upset again? I'm not done talking. We're brothers, after all. Besides, you're a very important customer to me. How about this? I'll let you try the token out for a month's worth of peace for free. If you're satisfied with the product after the month is up, you can buy the actual product from me then. What do you say to that? Xie Haiyang, why do I smell a rat in this? Are you sure that this peace token of yours is safe? Wang Baoli frowned. He had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. I'm a businessman, so I take responsibility for everything that I sell. Hold on to the token, and show it to your enemy if you bump into any of them. I swear they'll retreat at least 100 light-years away. The cowards amongst them may even die of fright on the spot. The sound of thudding emerged from the jade slip. Xie Haiyang appeared to have hit his palm against his chest as a gesture of assurance. Wang Baoli couldn't be bothered to dwell further on this matter. He didn't have to pay a single cent, after all. Besides, he wasn't concerned with the token. His mind was occupied by Xie Haiyang's promise to break the seal and teleport him away. He nodded before moving on to discuss the details of breaking the seal with Xie Haiyang. After the voice transmission ended, a bright light erupted from the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. The jade slip's appearance shifted and finally settled into a white color. It was still a jade slip, but an inscription had appeared on it. The inscription wasn't written in any known language. However, the word peace would appear inside one's head whenever one looked at it. Wang Baoli studied the token for some time, then narrowed his eyes. He was extremely alarmed by how Xie Haiyang had been able to transform a voice transmission jade slip into what he had called a peace token so effortlessly. At the same time, such capabilities gave him pause. If he has the power to do this, then breaking the seal shouldn't be a challenge for him. He said that he needed 15 days, but that's probably an excuse. Did Xie Haiyang plan to give me this token all along? Wang Baoli stared at the token, and his eyes flashed. After some thought, he put the token away, then looked at the seal before him. Finally, he turned away and left. There was a great likelihood that Xie Haiyang had intended to give him this token. Wang Baoli was going to find out his true intentions for doing so. Is he trying to sabotage me? Wang Baoli vanished and reappeared in another location in the Earth Spirit civilization. He froze in his tracks as that particular thought popped into his head. Chapter 890, Peace Token. Chapter 890, Peace Token. At that thought, Wang Baoli began to run through the conversation he had with Xie Haiyang carefully. Something flickered in his eyes after a long moment. He remembered something Xie Haiyang had said. Xie Haiyang said that the Xie family can't abuse its power without a legitimate reason. Wang Baoli had thought that Xie Haiyang had been making excuses then, but now, after some analysis, he realized that there might be some truth to his guesses. Is he trying to sabotage the right-hand elder? Or me? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and considered the matter. He suddenly laughed, then sat down, shut his eyes, and began to meditate. Time passed steadily, but he didn't contact Xie Haiyang to check on the progress of breaking the seal. Xie Haiyang didn't contact him again either. the two of them seemed to have reached a silent agreement and forgotten all about this matter. 10 days went by. On the 11th day, the man-made sun hovering high in the sky suddenly flared up momentarily with unprecedented brightness. The moment of abnormality had been fleeting, and everything resumed normalcy immediately. Nevertheless, Wang Baoli had opened his eyes and looked up to stare into the sun. At that exact moment, inside the man-made eternal star, the right-hand elder of the heavenly spirit sect, who had been sitting inside the spirit pool and healing himself, opened his eyes too. A smile appeared on his face. He rose to his feet slowly, his planet realm cultivation coursing through his body before erupting suddenly. The injuries on his person vanished. In fact, he seemed to be slightly more powerful than before. The right-hand elder was encouraged by the thought. At the same time, he felt confident about his chances of killing Wang Baoli. Even though he hadn't had any progress when it came to the search for Wang Baoli, he was aware of the caliber of cultivators from the Earth Spirit civilization. He would have been surprised if they managed to find Wang Baoli. Long Nanzi, your time is up, the right-hand elder said proudly to himself. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and pointed at an empty spot next to him. The man-made eternal star trembled faintly, and a star map materialized in front of the right-hand elder in the next moment. The star map was a map of the entire Earth Spirit civilization and all its planets. As soon as it appeared before the right-hand elder, his divine will surged out and entered the star map. Augmented and amplified by the star map, his divine sense rushed out of the man-made eternal star and headed for the Earth Spirit civilization. It spread across the entire civilization and enveloped it entirely. The right-hand elder's divine will blanketed the entire civilization within the blink of an eye. It began searching across every planet and every life in the civilization. It seemed to be able to see through every meteoroid and speck of dust in the cosmos. However, as time passed steadily, the look on the right-hand elder's face gradually turned from one of confidence to one of anger and solemnity. He began to frown. His divine will had blanketed the entire Earth Spirit civilization and scanned the civilization 5 times, but he hadn't been able to locate Wang Baoli. He was confident that the seal hadn't been broken. This meant that Long Nanzi couldn't have left. He was still trapped somewhere within the Earth Spirit civilization. The fact that he hadn't yet found him meant only one thing: Long Nanzi had the means to conceal himself almost flawlessly from his enemy. He was right. Wang Baoli could alter the aura of his essence body. Unless one was at the Eternal Star Realm, it would be very difficult to find Wang Baoli while he was hidden. In fact, the right-hand elder's divine will had swept past the mountain peak that Wang Baoli was on repeatedly. Wang Baoli hadn't hidden himself deliberately and was simply sitting there and looking at the sun with a dispassionate look in his eyes. But Wang Baoli knew very well that no matter how powerful his essence body was, he was still at a great disadvantage. After all, he wasn't of the Earth Spirit civilization. There was nothing in his life signs that tied him to the civilization. Things wouldn't have been so bad if the Earth Spirit civilization were an ordinary civilization. If that were the case, Wang Baoli was confident that he would have been able to hide himself perfectly. But he was within a civilization, with a man-made eternal star. The lives of the people there and their cultivation were controlled by the eternal star. That was why it was only a matter of time before the right-hand elder found him. Xie Haiyang's attempted sabotage, should I trust him this time? Wang Baoli retracted his gaze and ignored the right-hand elder's divine will. He recalled the deal that he had struck with Xie Haiyang. While Wang Baoli was deep in contemplation, the right-hand elder was looking increasingly upset. After some time, he snorted, took a deep breath, and raised both his hands to form a series of hand seals. Without batting an eye, he spat out a mouthful of his essence and fused it with the star map, activating the full power of the man-made eternal star for a more thorough scan. He knew that Long Nanzi must possess some unique means that was preventing his discovery. But that didn't matter. He might not be able to find Long Nanzi, but he could search and locate every other entity in the Earth Spirit civilization, regardless of whether they were alive or lifeless objects like rocks and rivers. To a certain extent, the eternal star that the Violet Gold civilization had created resembled an artifact spirit that possessed both intelligence and life. It was like one of the Federation's supercomputers. Every existence in the Earth Spirit civilization was recorded in the eternal star's memory upon its appearance. The eternal star would map its relationship to other existences and create an intangible and invisible record of the entity. That was why the Earth Spirit civilization was like a painting in the eyes of the right-hand elder. He could freeze everything in the painting with a snap of his finger and, in the next moment, go through every entity in the painting, eliminating all suspects. Whatever appeared out of place would become even more obvious then. Finding an inkblot on a piece of black paper might seem like an impossible task, but if one were to turn the piece of paper white, the inkblot would become visible to the eye like it had never been before. That was why it didn't matter how good Wang Baoli was at hiding himself. He couldn't hide the fact that he didn't belong to this civilization and his alien status. Using the man-made eternal star to perform a search this way expended a considerable portion of the right-hand elder's essence, but it led to great results. In the next moment, the right-hand elder saw almost every light on the star map vanish. Only one bright spot remained. Long Nanzi. The right-hand elder burst into laughter, took a step forward, then vanished. Wang Baoli, who had been seated on the mountain peak, suddenly flew back and reappeared 10,000 feet away almost at the same moment. As soon as he reappeared in his new location, an incredible power descended from the heavens, materializing as a beam of light that spanned 10,000 feet in width. It blasted the spot where Wang Baoli had sat a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, the mountain peak and everything 10,000 feet away from it disintegrated instantly, turning to dust and disappearing without a trace. The right-hand elder appeared in midair then. He looked down at Wang Baoli with condescension in his eyes and spoke coolly. Long Nanzi, any last words? Hovering behind him was the man-made sun. Its glare brightened then, transforming into a suppressive force that blanketed the entire area. Alarm bells blared loudly in Wang Baoli's head. There was no hint of panic or fear on his face though. Instead, a strange look had settled on his face. He cranked his neck upwards and stared at the smug-looking right-hand elder. He didn't answer the latter's question, the question that showed how confident the latter was in killing Wang Baoli. Instead, Wang Baoli coughed, then pulled out a white jade token from his storage bag and held it up in the air. Right-hand elder, do you see this token of mine? Get down on your knees right this moment and kowtow to your daddy. Then get your ass out of here and find somewhere 100 light-years away. The right-hand elder froze. The arrogance in Wang Baoli's voice made his blood boil with murderous intent. His eyes landed on the token. He immediately saw the inscription on the token, and the word, peace, appeared instantly in his head. He froze momentarily in the midst of his charge. The look on his face shifted immediately. He didn't recognize the token, but he had heard of it. His breathing stuttered. It was then that he suddenly remembered. In the never-ending Dao domain, there were stories about a token called the Peace Token that was issued by the vast, ancient and powerful Se family. No one was to harm the holder of such a token. To do otherwise, would turn one into the enemy of the entire Se family. However, the Se family was simply too vast a family clan. If one were to compare the Se family to the sun, then the violet gold civilization would be a planet, a very small planet. The heavenly spirit sect's right-hand elder would be smaller than a speck of dust. Such a difference in power led to awe and respect. It also made the Se family seem like a distant, faraway thing. Such distance oftentimes led to a sense of surrealism. It made men foolhardy. This was true in a remote place like the Earth Spirit civilization. To abandon pursuit because of a token and retreat hundreds of light-years away, the right-hand elder couldn't make himself do that. After a moment of internal struggle, the murderous intent he was harboring spiked, and he growled. Nothing but a cheap trick. I don't recognize what you're holding. He unleashed his full cultivation as he spoke, his form transforming into a fearsome hurricane that rose to the skies and rushed thunderously towards Wang Baoli. Chapter 891, The Reason for Attacking. Chapter 891, The Reason for Attacking. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. In view of his current state, this wasn't an ideal time for him to get into a fight with a planet realm. His trump card, the planet realm palm, had been destroyed, and his emperor armor had been emptied of spirit energy. He retreated hastily as the heavenly spirit sect's right-hand elder charged at him, leaving an afterimage of himself as he flew back. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed as he retreated, and the right-hand elder gave chase. He raised his right hand and formed a hand seal. Countless inscriptions appeared on the ground within a radius of 300 feet. They exploded and transformed into countless blades that rushed at the right-hand elder. These blades rained upon the right-hand elder like a fierce storm, charging at him with the ferocity of a hurricane. They might not be able to inflict serious injury on the right-hand elder, but they were still obstacles in his path that slowed him down. The skies thundered loudly, and a stormy look darkened the right-hand elder's face. His hands came together and formed a series of hand seals. Beams of light in the colors of the rainbow erupted from his body. Each eruption sent the skies rumbling, turning all blades that approached him into instant dust. During this time, Wang Baoli had made full use of the opportunity afforded him and unleashed his full speed, retreating 50,000 feet away from his enemy. An icy glint flashed in his eyes as his right hand formed another hand seal and pointed at the ground. The lands within 50,000 feet of him began to quake violently, and beams of light rose to the skies, transforming the area into a sea of light. Once again, the right-hand elder was slowed down by the array formation. These array formations had been set up by Wang Baoli in the past 2 weeks while he had been meditating. He might have appeared to have done nothing at all during that period, but being who he was, Wang Baoli wouldn't have placed all his bets on Xie Haiyang's token. He had prepared extensively for the upcoming encounter with the right-hand elder. In fact, if the right-hand elder hadn't destroyed everything within 10,000 feet of him when he had first arrived and unleashed his divine power, Wang Baoli's array formation would have been able to unleash greater power. That didn't matter though, as he had enough time to set up a foolproof trap. Many of the array formations had come from Zhao Yameng. Coupled with Wang Baoli's cultivation, the power of these array formations was unleashed to their fullest. As Wang Baoli retreated, he formed a series of hand seals and pointed towards the sky. The heavens were transformed instantly. Dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning descended upon the earth as if drawn by the pillars of light on the ground. The land seemed to have transformed into an ocean of lightning. Wang Baoli didn't examine the results of his summoning, nor did he pause in his retreat, falling back 100 feet into the distance. Then, he formed another hand seal and pointed towards the ground, activating another round of array formations and sending his divine will into the peace token concurrently. He had examined the token previously. Even though he hadn't managed to figure out its detailed inner workings, he had been able to conclude that the Jade token could also be used for voice transmissions. Xie Haiyang, what kind of peace token is this? It's useless. I'm being hunted by my enemy right now. He said that he doesn't recognize the token. There was a look of composure on Wang Baoli's face even though he sounded flustered and angry. The right-hand elder of the heavenly spirit sect was howling in the distance, rainbow-colored lights glowing around him as he charged out of the sea of lightning, the beam of light, and the hurricane of blades and rushed at Wang Baoli. With a series of hand seals, mountains suddenly rose from the earth like steps to heaven, placing obstacle after obstacle between Wang Baoli and the right-hand elder and stopping the right-hand elder in his path once again. Long Nanzi. A murderous glow lit the right-hand elder's eyes. The pressure on him had spiked after Wang Baoli had whipped out his peace token. He howled as his desire to kill Long Nanzi intensified. The sun suddenly flared up, and a beam of light descended from the sky and charged at Wang Baoli. Alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's face. He retreated hastily and narrowly dodged the attack. The right-hand elder slammed his palms on his forehead, and a furious howl that seemed to have come from the depths of the abyss pierced the heavens. An enormous crimson wolf suddenly materialized behind the right-hand elder. It then melded with the right-hand elder and charged at Wang Baoli. The right-hand elder's form looked like a beam of red light from afar, charging wildly and menacingly. Mountain walls and peaks protruding from the earth barely stopped his advance. Hard stone shattered and crumbled into dust. Wang Baoli continued to retreat at top speed, forming hand seals and blowing up array formations that he had set up, but it was useless. The right-hand elder caught up with him in the next moment and opened his jaws, prepared to devour Wang Baoli whole. Die! Xie Haiyang. Alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's face as he howled at the peace token. Perhaps the howling had worked, or perhaps some feature inherent in the peace token had been activated, but a white light erupted from the peace token just as the right-hand elder was about to swallow Wang Baoli whole. The light surged outwards, enveloping Wang Baoli and transforming into an enormous sphere of light. The right-hand elder's crimson lupine jaws snapped shut at the exact moment the glowing sphere was formed. A loud snap resounded in the air, which was followed by a scream of agony in the next moment. The one shattered to bits wasn't Wang Baoli but the crimson wolf that the right-hand elder had transformed into. His jaw had shattered. It was as if he had bitten into hard rock, resilient and impenetrable. His fangs cracked, and his lower jaw split open. His lupine form blurred away and reformed into his human form. There was a look of stunned disbelief on his face as he retreated hastily. The right-hand elder stopped only after he had retreated 1,000 feet from Wang Baoli. His face had grown pale, and there was blood flowing from his lips. A fire appeared to be burning in his eyes as he stared unblinkingly at the glowing sphere of light and Wang Baoli, who was inside. The right-hand elder made a charge again, heading for the glowing sphere as he unleashed his trump card. Rainbow-colored lights lit the skies and sent a thunderous boom rumbling in the air. The glowing sphere suffered no damage. The right-hand elder, on the other hand, shuddered from the repeated backlash of his attacks and spat out another mouthful of blood. In the end, he decided to risk everything he had. He activated the power of the sun once more. A beam of light descended, but the attack was useless against the sphere of light. The right-hand elder was on the verge of madness. His eyes were turning red rapidly. Inside the glowing sphere, Wang Baoli appeared to release a sigh of relief. He stared through the walls of the sphere and at the right-hand elder. Then, he picked up the peace token as the right-hand elder watched and growled at it. "Xie Haiyang." This time, Xie Haiyang's voice emerged from the token and echoed inside Wang Baoli's head. "Brother Baoli, I'll look into this immediately and give you an answer." "Humph, disregarding the peace token of the Xie family is akin to challenging our authority." Xie Haiyang's words took on a murderous tone as he spoke. An imperceptible flicker appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes as he listened to Xie Haiyang. He ended the voice transmission, then looked up and beyond the glowing sphere. The right-hand elder had a stormy look on his face. Wang Baoli smirked mirthlessly at him. The right-hand elder was raging with madness. He didn't know why this was happening to him. Why was it so difficult to kill a mere spirit immortal realm cultivator? He might have explained his earlier failure with the excuse that they had been in the Divine Eye civilization, but he was on his own turf now. Yet, obstacles continued to appear. The appearance of the legendary peace token had also unsettled him very much. This sense of unease had grown after he had seen Wang Baoli sending what had appeared to be a voice transmission through the jade token, while standing inside the glowing sphere. Anxiety and frustration spiked inside him. He had reached his limits. The right-hand elder roared, then shot Wang Baoli a vicious glower and, without any warning, turned around and raced into the skies. He was headed for the man-made Eternal Star. He had made up his mind. He was going to return to the man-made Eternal Star, and make use of the power of the Eternal Star to contact the Eternal Star Realm Patriarch of his civilization. Doing so might expose the Heavenly Spirit sect's failure and draw attention to his incompetence, but he was crumbling under the stress that he was feeling. He didn't care any longer. The sense of impending doom he was sensing left a bad feeling in his guts. "I'm quitting this game and returning to the Violet Gold civilization. Let whoever wants to kill Long Nanzi do it himself." The right-hand elder fumed as he moved swiftly, soon vanishing from Wang Baoli's sight. Inside the glowing sphere, Wang Baoli looked up and stared at the right-hand elder as the latter departed. His eyes narrowed slowly. "It seems like Xie Haiyang is trying to sabotage someone, except it's not me that he's sabotaging but the right-hand elder asterisk. If he had yielded to the peace token's authority, my predicament would have been resolved." The fact that it was so easily resolved would indirectly prove how powerful Xie Haiyang is. Is he trying to show off? A thoughtful look appeared on Wang Baoli's face. Similarly, if the right-hand elder didn't yield to the token's authority, Xie Haiyang would also have a reason to step in. He'll still be able to show off. These thoughts flashed across Wang Baoli's head swiftly. He raised his right hand and waved. A cloud of mist flew out from a Dharmic battleship inside his storage bag and appeared outside, gathering and materializing into another Wang Baoli. Chapter 892, Xie Haiyang Strikes. Chapter 892, Xie Haiyang Strikes. There's no harm being cautious. The newly materialized form was Wang Baoli's true essence body. He hadn't trusted Xie Haiyang completely. That had been why he had summoned a second avatar while keeping his true essence body safe in his storage bag. He had his true form stowed away in his storage bag instead of having himself hidden far away. If his enemy had searched the area for him, he would discover his decoy first and not his true form, which had been hidden away safe and inside his storage bag. It was akin to placing two spheres of light over one another. The first glowing sphere would hide the second sphere's existence. In fact, Wang Baoli had gone to the lengths of injecting half of his essence into his decoy so that it would appear more realistic. Naturally, it was also considerably powerful. Of course, the setup hadn't been entirely flawless. One would be able to sense that something was wrong upon closer scrutiny. In order to prevent the right-hand elder from seeing through his deception, he had whipped out the peace token immediately in an attempt to draw his attention. He had run away to lure the right-hand elder into pursuing him, then activated his array formation in order to distract the right-hand elder from focusing on the authenticity of his form. That had been how he had managed to keep his true form hidden throughout the encounter. In his original plan, if his decoy were to die in battle, he predicted that the right-hand elder would examine the contents of his storage bags. Wang Baoli would have seized that opportunity and staged a sneak attack on the right-hand elder. The difference in their cultivation levels meant that he wouldn't be able to kill the right-hand elder with that sneak attack. Regardless, he would still have been able to injure him with the unexpected attack and win himself the chance to escape. He would gain more time. That had been Wang Baoli's original plan. It wouldn't have mattered even if Xie Haiyang's peace token hadn't worked. He would still have been able to create a situation where he had the upper hand. But all those preparations were useless now. Wang Baoli lifted his right hand after appearing outside his storage bag. His decoy transformed into mist and merged with his essence body. The accessories that he had stored away in his storage bag flew out of storage and appeared on his person. Xie Haiyang, since you plan to showcase the extent of your abilities, I'll wait for your good news then. Wang Baoli muttered to himself, sat down, and waited silently. He didn't have to wait for long. Just as he sat down, the right-hand elder, who had raced away into the cosmos, had returned to the man-made eternal star. Before he could contact his civilization's patriarch through the man-made eternal star, waves of teleportation made their appearance without any warning and without his prior command. Shock flashed across the right-hand elder's face. He retreated swiftly, caution and wariness bright in his eyes. Caution transformed into shock in the next moment. He watched waves of teleportation ripple in the abyss before him, and a man slowly stepped out of the teleportation portal. The man had short hair and appeared to be quite young. He was of average height, and his hair had clearly been styled with excessive hair wax. It gleamed brightly under the light and seemed to look like a source of light that drew everyone's eyes towards it uncontrollably. The young man looked around after he stepped out of the portal before his eyes finally landed on the right-hand elder, who had a look of wariness and unconcealed shock on his face. "Greetings. Who are you?" The right-hand elder's breathing quickened. He could sense that the other man was at the Qi refinement realm. He wasn't even at the Foundation establishment realm. However, that didn't stop him from feeling fearful. Nothing made sense. A Qi refinement realm cultivator shouldn't have the ability to teleport. He believed that he knew the answer to the young man's appearance, but he didn't want to believe it. He dared not. Xie Haiyang appeared not to have noticed the fear in the right-hand elder's eyes. He smiled faintly and then started speaking in a warm tone, sounding as if he were simply a businessman trying to sell his wares. "Xie Haiyang, at your humble service. Fellow Daoist, would you like to consider becoming a valued customer of the Xie family? You simply have to pay a fee to become one. It doesn't matter what trouble you meet in the future. The Xie family will be at your service as long as you're able to pay for it." A valued customer? The right-hand elder's face paled upon hearing the young man's family name. The fear in his eyes intensified, and he took a few steps back. It appeared to be a subconscious reaction, but in reality, he was secretly forming hand seals with the right hand hidden behind his back, as well as attempting to send commands to the man-made eternal star. "That's right. It only costs 10 million red crystals," Xie Haiyang smiled and said. "Could I have more time to get the money ready?" the right-hand elder grimaced as he asked hesitantly. "Does that mean that you can't afford the fees right now?" That'll make things a lot easier. Honestly speaking, I'm really bothered by the rules set up by my family. It's clear that you're dealing with a troublemaker, but you still have to go through the trouble of justifying your actions. Xie Haiyang's face had been warm and smiling up to this point. But now, after having spoken, his eyes started flashing dangerously. The look in his eyes was like daggers, gleaming and sharp. You can't afford the fees of becoming a valued customer of the Xie family, and yet, when you saw the peace token of the Xie family, you still continued to attack the holder of the token instead of retreating 100 light-years away from him. Those words were like a blast of lightning, and color fled from the right-hand elder's face instantly. He stepped back once again, his right hand speeding through its hand seals as terror rose inside his heart. He tried to explain himself. You have 2 hours to make arrangements for your funeral. After the 2 hours are up, kill yourself. Remember to have someone send your head to the Xie family, Xie Haiyang said coolly as he ignored the right-hand elder's attempts to explain himself. Xie Haiyang's voice was firm and assertive. His words seemed final. He then turned towards the abyss and appeared ready to leave. His words were like a million lightning bolts crashing upon the right-hand elder. The right-hand elder's mind buzzed with shock and numbness as he shuddered violently. His eyes reddened instantly. The resentment that he had felt during his encounter with Wang Baoli, and the feeling of being forced into a corner had driven him to the edge of madness. He was on the verge of a complete breakdown. Violence and madness colored his eyes. He had re-established contact with the man-made eternal star and had confirmed that the young man had come alone. His low level of cultivation wasn't some attempt at deception. It was real. This discovery emboldened the right-hand elder. Besides, he knew that he was left with no other choice than death now that the Xie family had come knocking at his door. If that were indeed the case, he might as well try his luck and fight for his life. Becoming a wanted man on the run was preferable to being driven to his death. A murderous glint appeared in the right-hand elder's eyes at that thought, and he roared. You've pushed me too far. He raised his right hand as he spoke and pointed. The man-made eternal star began to quake violently. An immense power filled the air, then rushed towards Xie Haiyang. The strength of the attack seemed capable of destroying every living creature in its path immediately, turning both their body and spirit to instant dust. Xie Haiyang appeared unfazed at the sight of the approaching attack. He didn't even turn around. He simply coughed softly. An illusory hand stretched out from his back instantly and pointed lightly at the savage-looking right-hand elder. The right-hand elder's eyes widened, and he shuddered. Before the violence and madness in his eyes could fade away, before his mind had caught up and realized what had happened, his body started to shatter. Within the blink of an eye, it caved in and turned into a cloud of dust. His divine soul didn't escape unscathed, turning to dust alongside his physical body. He hadn't been killed by an external force. Instead, the planet inside his body had shattered. The result was a backlash. Because of that, the power of his own planet tried to consume him. There was no way he could have avoided or retaliated against such a backlash. With his death, the initial command he had issued lost its effect. The seal over the Earth Spirit civilization weakened and then vanished instantly. Throughout it all, Xie Haiyang didn't turn his head and look back. He continued walking towards the abyss, speaking mildly as the teleportation portal was activated. You must have been tired of living. You just gave up the final precious 2 hours of your life. As the right-hand elder passed away and the seal over the Earth Spirit civilization vanished, Wang Baoli, who had been seated inside his sphere of light, opened his eyes wide. He could sense the change over the Earth Spirit civilization. His eyes flashed. He rose to his feet and, with a wave of his hand, dispelled the light from the peace token. He gazed into the cosmos with intense light in his eyes. The seal has disappeared, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. Xie Haiyang's warm voice rang out from the peace token in his hand at that moment. Brother Baoli, your problem has been solved. Didn't I promise you that I'd break the seal within 2 weeks? How about that? I haven't disappointed you at all, have I? How about the right-hand elder? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and asked after a moment of silence. Xie Haiyang seemed to have been waiting for that question all along. He laughed and then replied in a completely casual, nonchalant manner. He killed himself. Chapter 893, A Gift from the Earth Spirit Civilization. Chapter 893, A Gift from the Earth Spirit Civilization. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Killed and being killed. The difference between the two utterances lay in a single word, yet what they meant was drastically different. In fact, they lay on the extreme ends of the same spectrum. The casual way Xie Haiyang had announced the news of a planet realm cultivator having killed himself was a testament of his power and resources. Anyone who had heard him speak like that would have shuddered. Previously, Wang Baoli had his guesses about the Xie family and had some understanding of how terrifying the family clan was. He had even guessed that the traps Xie Haiyang had set up for him had been done deliberately so that the latter could offer his help. But those thoughts didn't stop him from being shocked by Xie Haiyang's declaration. He was quiet for a long while. Even though he hadn't seen what Xie Haiyang had said happened with his own eyes, the casual way Xie Haiyang had spoken, and the disappearance of the seal over the Earth Spirit Civilization clearly proved that Xie Haiyang wasn't lying or bragging. The Heavenly Spirit Sect's right-hand elder had indeed fallen. He had fallen in the Earth Spirit Civilization, in a civilization that was within the Violet Gold Civilization's protectorate. The backlash from his death was going to be considerable, but Xie Haiyang clearly wasn't concerned about that at all. The Xie family. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He didn't raise the subject of the right-hand elder again. Instead, he began discussing his teleportation and departure from the Earth Spirit Civilization with Xie Haiyang. Teleporting Wang Baoli from the Earth Spirit Civilization directly to the Divine Eye Civilization was beyond Xie Haiyang's capabilities. Even though the Xie family was extremely powerful and vast, it couldn't extend its influence into every small region across the vast never-ending Dao domain. As a result, it was difficult for them to perform precise teleportations. However, that didn't mean that they didn't have a way around that. The market that the Xie family owned and which Wang Baoli had visited in the past served as a place of transit. Wang Baoli would be teleported to the market. From the market, he could then make his way to the Divine Eye Civilization. Based on Wang Baoli's pace, it wouldn't take long for him to reach his destination. It's decided then. Brother Baoli, I'll wait for you at the market. You can leave whenever you wish. Just send your divine will into the peace token. I've activated the relevant accesses for you. But like I said before, I'm only waiving the fees this time. You'll have to pay at least a token sum the next time. Xie Haiyang coughed before ending the conversation. Xie Haiyang had returned to the market and was now sitting in his pavilion. In his hand was his voice transmission jade slip. He appeared to be smiling while his eyes flashed with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with how he had handled this matter. He had resolved the tensions between himself and Wang Baoli and helped the latter with his predicament. He had also exhibited his influence and power in a definite way. Baoli, fewer than 10 people in the entire never-ending Dao domain get to enjoy such treatment from me, Xie Haiyang murmured to himself. He knew that his regard for Wang Baoli stemmed not only from his admiration for the man, but also from Wang Baoli's relationship with the Flame Patriarch. In addition, Xie Haiyang's guts told him that the Flame Patriarch wasn't the only ally Wang Baoli had. There was another mysterious person or entity helping Wang Baoli. This person or entity was even more powerful and mysterious than the Flame Patriarch. That was why his investments in Wang Baoli were extremely worthwhile. Wang Baoli might not know Xie Haiyang's exact thoughts, but he had a good idea of what the latter was thinking. The look of contemplation appeared in his eyes after he set the peace token aside. A moment later, his eyes flashed. It doesn't matter. This is still good news. Xie Haiyang's showcase of his influence and the death of the right-hand elder were both things that Wang Baoli welcomed heartily. After some thought, he set his heart at ease, and a sliver of satisfaction surfaced in his mind. This is because I'm just too good. Wang Baoli sighed. He was about to send his divine will into the peace token when he paused and thought for a bit. His eyes narrowed, and he didn't initiate the teleportation immediately. Instead, in a single bound, he left the planet and raced towards the cosmos. He was heading for the region beyond the Earth Spirit Civilization, now accessible to him after the seal was deactivated. He rushed towards the cosmos like a shooting star and approached the civilization's border rapidly. The Earth Spirit Civilization wasn't very big. The planet that Wang Baoli had been located on was coincidentally near the borders too. With his current level of cultivation, it didn't take him much effort to reach the edge of the civilization. Once there, he was ready to dash out of the civilization. It was then that every living creature in the Earth Spirit civilization, those located at different spots in the civilization, male and female, old and young, including plant life and animals, all tens of thousands of them, suddenly, shuddered uncontrollably. Xiuyan, the young woman whom Wang Baoli had encountered, was one of them. It didn't matter what they had been doing a moment ago, at that very moment, a lost look appeared in their eyes as they shuddered. Something slumbering inside them appeared to have awoken. He was right. Something had awoken. If there were an eternal star realm cultivator in the region who had just extended his divine will across the area, he would immediately sense small flames flaring up inside numerous life forms in the Earth Spirit civilization. Threads, invisible to the naked eye, had emerged from these life forms and were rising rapidly into the skies. They surged from all corners of the planet and gathered at a particular spot in the cosmos. They materialized as the indistinct, blurry silhouette of an old man. The old man took one step and then vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared at the edge of the Earth Spirit civilization, right in front of Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, who had been ready to depart, froze in his tracks. To prevent any misunderstanding from taking place, the old man cupped his fists and extended a deep bow towards Wang Baoli immediately after he appeared. Wang Baoli had an unfathomable look in his eyes. He didn't seem surprised by the old man's sudden appearance. "Greetings, fellow Daoist from the outer domain." Wang Baoli's eyes flashed as he extended his senses outwards and examined the old man's aura. Then, one of his eyebrows rose slightly. He could tell that the man before him was merely a wisp of divine soul. His true and complete form had once been at the planet realm or higher. But he was now severely weakened. In fact, it was a miracle that he had managed to preserve a wisp of his divine soul. It should have been impossible for him to materialize and appear before Wang Baoli, but he had done it. This old man clearly had some tricks up his sleeve, or had been blessed with some cultivation-related golden ticket that Wang Baoli was unaware of. During his earlier examination of the old man's aura, Wang Baoli had also sensed a fire inside him that he had previously sensed inside the female cultivator he had come across in the inn. Even though he couldn't tell for sure who this old man was, Wang Baoli was quite certain that he was the former patriarch of the Earth Spirit civilization. "What do you want from me?" Wang Baoli asked coolly. He had guessed right. The old man was the former patriarch of the Earth Spirit civilization. His divine soul had been scattered to the cosmos when he had died. Through certain special means, he had melded with the bloodline of his people. Doing so, he had evaded the notice of the Violet Gold civilization as he alternated between deep slumber and wakefulness. Through the tens of thousands of life forms he had hidden himself within, he had continued to keep track of what was going on in the world without exposing himself. He had been waiting all this while for an opportunity to resurrect himself and reverse the fate of his civilization. He had sensed Wang Baoli's arrival and the activation of a seal over the Earth Spirit civilization. He hadn't interfered with the events that had unfolded but had observed them quietly. He had watched the fight between Wang Baoli and the Right-Hand Elder, sensed the bizarre death of the Right-Hand Elder and the release of the seal, and had been shocked by all that he had seen and sensed. His instincts told him that this might be the chance of a lifetime. That was why he risked gathering his separate flames and appeared before Wang Baoli. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's question, the old man knew that the cultivator must have realized who he was. In fact, there was a great likelihood that Wang Baoli had been waiting for him. He bowed once more, deeply, and had an earnest look on his face. "I dare not ask for anything. I only hope that the esteemed fellow Daoist can help me reverse the fate of the Earth Spirit civilization should a day come in the future when you are able. But it doesn't matter if you aren't able. Since fate has brought you here, let us seize this opportunity and not waste it." Upon saying that, the old man raised his right hand. The lights that had formed his present body gathered around his right hand and materialized as a sphere of blinding light. With a flip of his sleeve, the sphere of light left his hand and floated towards Wang Baoli. He was clearly visibly harmed by this. His form became blurrier, and it looked as if he were unable to sustain it for much longer. His divine will also appeared considerably weakened. This is a planet catalyst, a part of the Earth spirit civilization's original essence. It can help a perfected spirit immortal realm cultivator increase their chance of melding with a planet. The old man fell silent after that. He bowed again, and then his physical form dissipated gradually and returned to the abyss. The tens of thousands of confused living creatures of the Earth spirit civilization shuddered once again. Some of those lives shriveled instantly and turned to dust, while those that had survived experienced severe weakness. Throughout it all, Wang Baoli had only spoken once. He watched as the old man's form disappeared, then looked down at the sphere of light before him. He had no idea what a planet catalyst was, but a scan from his divine will showed him how incredible it was. The old man's sincerity and eloquence left Wang Baoli sighing. This old man isn't a simple character. Because of the way he handled this matter and treated me, it wouldn't be right for me to take advantage of him. I would feel bad if I did that. Wang Baoli knew that the old man had realized that something was going on and had decided to take a risk. He had placed his bets on Wang Baoli openly and allowed Wang Baoli to make the next move. Wang Baoli fell into contemplative silence as he turned and studied the Earth spirit civilization. He didn't express his agreement or disagreement to help. He merely activated the teleportation with his peace token as he stepped away and left the civilization. In the next moment, the light of the teleportation spell enveloped him, and he vanished. Chapter 894, Right Before One's Eyes. Chapter 894, Right Before One's Eyes. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This was Wang Baoli's first time experiencing long-distance teleportation that spanned countless light-years. He felt as if his body was being ripped apart, and his divine soul felt as though it was being torn into shreds. He almost collapsed onto the ground when he reappeared. He struggled to keep himself upright as he did a quick sweep of his surroundings. He found himself standing in a huge teleportation array formation that possibly spanned 100,000 feet. Countless inscriptions were engraved into the ground. These inscriptions were fading away gradually, but he could imagine the pillar of light that had erupted from them and risen into the sky during his teleportation. 8 towering stone steles stood outside the array formation. There were inscriptions on the stone steles too. They were also fading away. Right in front of Wang Baoli, between 2 stone steles, stood a dozen or so people. The person standing right in front was Xie Haiyang. He was smiling widely at him. Wang Baoli sighed a breath of relief when he saw Xie Haiyang. He sent his divine will out and did a scan of the area. He was finally set at ease when he realized that he had returned to the Xie family's market. Regardless, the pain felt by his divine soul and the strange nauseating feeling he was experiencing had left him panting. He didn't have time to deal with his discomfort, though. With his face still pale, Wang Baoli quickly inspected himself. His heart was set at ease after ascertaining that his essence hadn't been lost during the teleportation. That was when he made his way towards Xie Haiyang. His breathing evened out gradually as he approached Xie Haiyang. In fact, he appeared to have recovered entirely from the teleportation before reaching 1,000 feet of Xie Haiyang. The bright glimmer in his eyes had returned as well. Xie Haiyang was slightly startled by that sight. He knew very well the dangers of holy domain level teleportations. It was common for cultivators at cultivation levels lower than the planet realm to die during such teleportations. Only cultivators who had reached the planet realm could be guaranteed a certain level of safety when performing holy domain level teleportations. He had instructed his subordinates to be especially careful when teleporting Wang Baoli. They were to ensure that the teleportation was as smooth and gentle a trip as possible. Even though he had tried to make the trip as safe as it could be, he couldn't prevent the exhaustion and weakness that followed the teleportation. It should have taken 1 day to recover, but Wang Baoli had recovered in no time at all. That had shocked Xie Haiyang, but the smile on his face grew more brilliant as he spoke loudly. Brother Baoli, you're truly extraordinary. This is the first time I've seen someone who's not at least at the Eternal Star Realm recover so quickly from long-distance teleportation. He wasn't aware that the form that Wang Baoli was in wasn't his true form. It was his essence body. The adverse effects that affected the physical form didn't affect Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli wasn't going to share this information with Xie Haiyang. He took a single bound forward, crossing 1,000 feet, and appeared before Xie Haiyang. There was a smile on his face. Did you forget about the Flame Patriarch's mission? We were teleported away in a similar fashion. I got used to it. Wang Baoli smiled, using the guise of an explanation to drop the Flame Patriarch's name into the conversation. This was a precautionary measure on his part. It was also a reminder to Xie Haiyang. He wanted the latter to know that he had a powerful cultivator ready to come to his assistance anytime he wanted. Xie Haiyang should think twice about setting him up. Xie Haiyang appeared unfazed by his comment even though he was grimacing secretly. Despite the many favors that he had done for Wang Baoli, the latter remained wary of him. He knew that the Flame Patriarch held Wang Baoli in high regard, but there really wasn't a need for Wang Baoli to mention the Flame Patriarch every time they met. 1. The smile on Xie Haiyang's face widened in contrast to his thoughts. Wang Baoli's actions were proof of his mindfulness and intelligence. It showed that he knew how to make use of his connections to his advantage. If he were to look at it from a positive angle, that meant that Wang Baoli had a greater chance of surviving his journey of cultivation smoothly and developing into a powerful cultivator. What Xie Haiyang had invested in Wang Baoli was in safe hands. His smile didn't waver as they made the trip back to the market. He chatted happily with Wang Baoli, making casual conversation along the way. He had intended to reminisce about the past and use the opportunity to strengthen their friendship, but his voice transmission jade slip vibrated after he entered the market. The look on Xie Haiyang's face shifted after he went through the contents of the transmission. In spite of his level-headed composure, he couldn't conceal the shock and panic in his eyes. Wang Baoli, who had been watching him closely, was intrigued. "Brother Haiyang, did something happen?" Wang Baoli asked curiously. "It's nothing. Brother Baoli, I'm afraid I can't keep you company for much longer. Something came up. I have to return to my family clan immediately and attend to the matter." Xie Haiyang was clearly anxious. He hadn't lied, he really did need to return home because of what had happened unexpectedly. He could do nothing but cup his fists at Wang Baoli and take his leave. He couldn't tell Wang Baoli the exact details of what had happened. He could only provide the vaguest of information. Two powerful people have gotten into a fight. He took his leave upon saying that and left in a hurry. Wang Baoli had never seen such a look on Xie Haiyang's face. He watched as the other man left, a look of contemplation in his eyes. He's being vague. Two powerful cultivators in a fight? How powerful can they be? Wang Baoli muttered to himself before turning away. He began strolling around the market. Since he was there, he planned to replenish the materials that he had exhausted. There was going to be a fierce battle awaiting him when he returned to the Divine Eye civilization. While Wang Baoli was strolling around the market, Xie Haiyang, who had left in a hurry, had gathered his most reliable subordinates in the quickest time possible and headed for the teleportation array formation. The portal had already been activated when he arrived. He stood in the center of the array formation and watched as the glow of the teleportation array formation shone around him. There was a stormy look on his face, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The Sundered Moon Emperor ambushed Chen Qing by using 8 primal cauldrons to set up an array formation. With the help of his divine kings, he drew on the energy of thousands of eternal stars to fuel the array formation and hold Chen Qing captive. He had intended to refine Chen Qing, but he didn't expect his enemy to summon the heavenly Tao from the previous era to blow the array formation up. The array formation was reversed. Now, both the Sundered Moon Emperor and his subordinates are trapped inside. Communication has broken down. No one can receive any transmissions from within. No one can enter the array formation either. But some of us have already begun to lose memories of some of the 7 divine kings in our divine souls. That is the work of the dark sect's heaven-defying divine power. It can remove all traces of one's existence, including any memories of that person in other people's minds. The heavenly Tao of the past era, the dark sect. Xie Haiyang shuddered at the thought of the dark sect. He had never seen the true dark sect, but he had spent a lot of time since he had been a child amongst his family clan's private libraries. He had read numerous records on the dark sect. Too much. He knew that it was an extremely powerful sect that even the Never-Ending Clan had been intimidated and wary of in the past. If the clans under the Never-Ending Clan hadn't gathered in unison to stand against the dark sect, If the Xie family clan's patriarch hadn't lent a helping hand, and if the dark sect hadn't been in decline, the never-ending Dao domain might still be carrying its former name, the Dark Domain. Rumors say that Chen Qing's the one who betrayed the dark sect then. If that's the case, why was he able to gather the destroyed fragments of the dark sect's heavenly Dao and summon it? Why did he risk creating a commotion in the entire Dao domain by creating a seal over the battleground and unleashing a divine power that could erase all traces of one's existence? If the patriarch is right, Chen Qing is doing this to hide a bigger secret. This has nothing to do with me at all. The Xie family clan is huge, and I'm just a mere junior. They wouldn't call on me even if the sky were to fall down. Unfortunately, my useless father's involved in this mess. There was a dark look on Xie Haiyang's face. He was privately racked with anxiety. He had been told that his father was the one who had crafted the 8 primal cauldrons that the Sundered Moon Emperor had used to trap Chen Qing. Even though that had merely been a business transaction, Xie Haiyang knew the character of the legendary Chen Qing. This was a man who was vicious and trigger-happy. He had never batted an eyelid when he inflicted collateral damage. The Xie family clan wasn't going to go all out just to protect Xie Haiyang's father. After all, their opponent was Chen Qing, the man who could go toe-to-toe with the Xie family's most esteemed patriarch. That was why he couldn't simply sit still after knowing what had happened. Even if he wasn't going to be of much help, he still had to return home and discuss how they were going to get out of this mess with his father. Even though I have no idea how this fight will end, it's clear that Chen Qing's gotten the upper hand now. The other divine emperors of the never-ending clan are sitting on the fence instead of siding with anyone. There's a great chance that he'll kill his opponents and then walk away without any repercussions. I have to find someone whom Chen Qing is familiar with as soon as possible, do everything I can to explain the situation, make preparations ahead of time, and try to appease Chen Qing as soon as he leaves the sealed battleground so that he'll let my father off the hook. Xie Haiyang was worried that his hair was going to start falling out in clumps at any moment. He and Chen Qing were in completely different leagues. How was he to get to know someone whom Chen Qing was friends with? Besides, he still had to come up with a fancy speech that would sway Chen Qing. Xie Haiyang, who had left in a state of anxiety and worry, had no idea that a certain someone who was currently strolling around in the market that he controlled was, in fact, one of the people who could influence Chen Qing's mind. In fact, a single word from this person, a plea made coquettishly, would rid Xie Haiyang's father of his troubles instantly. Chapter 895, Spirit Boat. Chapter 895, Spirit Boat. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Xie Haiyang might be the proud owner of many secrets, but even he had no idea that he had just allowed the chance to get the best help he could slip him by. If he had shared everything with Wang Baoli when the latter had asked and had said plainly that he would pay anything for Wang Baoli's help, there was a great chance that Wang Baoli might be tempted by the deal. After all, he wasn't afraid of letting Xie Haiyang know his relationship with his senior brother. Xie Haiyang was the one in need now and the one who was intimidated by his senior brother. There was a great chance that Wang Baoli would have extended a helping hand at the appropriate moment. Besides, Wang Baoli's help wasn't going to cost him a lot. Because Wang Baoli wouldn't be able to quote too high a price based on his past experiences with red crystals. The highest he would go would likely only be a few million red crystals. Of course, this was before Wang Baoli entered the market. Even though he had visited the market in the past, he hadn't known about red crystals then and thus hadn't paid much attention to how much things cost in red crystals. After returning from the Flame Patriarch's mission, he had used red crystals to purchase a fair bit of materials, but he hadn't been at the Spirit Immortal realm then, so he hadn't been able to gain access to certain areas in shops that were reserved for special customers. The items in those reserved areas would cost an arm and a leg to ordinary cultivators, though the truly powerful cultivators wouldn't bat an eye at their price tags. But this time, things were different. Now that he was at the late-stage Spirit Immortal realm, he no longer cared for the materials that he had bought earlier. In fact, he was of the view that he was a rich man now. When entering a shop that looked reputable and had a sizable range of goods, he believed that the release of his cultivation would send the shop owner running to greet him deferentially. He would then be personally escorted into the section of the shop an ordinary cultivator wasn't permitted to enter. Wang Baoli appeared composed as he stood in the reserved section of the shop. But in reality, he had suffered multiple shocks since he had stepped into the section. 9 heavenly thunder spirits, 150,000 red crystals. Heavenly stream vapor, 270,000 red crystals. North-south spirit boat, for 390,000 red crystals. What the hell? Wang Baoli reeled in shock. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked at those price tags. He no longer felt rich. In fact, he felt extremely poor. Fortunately, he had great control over himself. The expression on his face remained composed. In fact, he would show the occasional dissatisfaction, as if he weren't concerned with the price of the products but their quality. He kept the appearance up as he went in and out of the reserved sections of a few shops. At the end of his visits, he stood on the street, his face glum as he sighed. "I'm so poor." Wang Baoli patted his storage bag. The feeling of poverty made him feel especially sorrowful. He had his eye on a flying boat, but its price had been a 7-digit figure. He had shuddered at the sight of the price tag. The Planet Realm storage ring that he had peeked into popped up in his head unexpectedly. He remembered the mysterious bottle that he had seen and the words, "a rich person," that he had read on the piece of paper in the bottle. Realization dawned upon Wang Baoli then. Does the bottle have the power to make a person rich? Wang Baoli thought in surprise. His breathing quickened. He had half a mind to take another look into the storage ring, but this really wasn't the place for that. In addition, his location was exposed every time he opened the storage ring. There was no way to get around that unless he removed the seal on the storage ring completely, so that the dangers that came from unlocking the storage ring were eliminated once and for all. But his current level of cultivation was clearly still lacking. That was beyond his current abilities. Wang Baoli left the market sulking and steeped in regret. His suspicions about Xie Haiyang's departure began to grow. Was he worried that I might ask him for a loan? Is that why he found some random excuse to run off? Wang Baoli snorted before burying those suspicions in his heart. He got himself a considerable quantity of spirit stones with the red crystals in his pocket, before leaving the market and racing off towards the Divine Eye civilization. He didn't make use of his Dharmic battleship for the journey back. The Dharmic battleship's speed couldn't match his own. That was why he had gotten himself spirit stones, so that he could replenish his energy during the trip back. His Emperor armor also needed to feed on spirit stones to regain its power. He could have resorted to red crystals instead, but the crystals were too powerful. He would have to use his own spirit energy to moderate the crystal's power for his Emperor armor to absorb the latter more easily. Time passed steadily as Wang Baoli sped across the cosmos. 2 weeks went by as Wang Baoli traveled at a constant speed without slowing down. He went past civilizations that had previously drawn his attention and continued on his way without stopping. It was clear that his mind was on the war in the Divine Eye civilization. He had no idea how it was going. I was set up by the Heavenly Spirit sect and the royalty of the Divine Eye civilization. Even though the Patriarch of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect doesn't seem to be involved in the setup, I should still be on my guard when it comes to dealing with him. An icy light flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes amidst his contemplation. The repeated setups had upset him tremendously. It had also heightened his sense of caution to unprecedented levels. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He knew that the cause of his falling into his enemy's trap had been his greed. He had been fixated on plundering the Divine Eye civilization and on not letting that opportunity fall into another person's hands. He had a change in mindset. It would be best if he managed to get his hands on the Divine Eye civilization's resources, but it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't. That's why I have to sneak back in. I have to retreat from the public eye and start operating in the shadows, so that I can see through the secrets of the Divine Eye civilization. Now that Wang Baoli thought about it, he realized that he seemed to always be missing something when it came to the Divine Eye civilization. He had a feeling that this something had to do with the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's patriarch. Wang Baoli wasn't sure of the specifics, though. He continued speeding ahead as he contemplated the matter, flying past the borders of a small civilization. He was deep in thought and flying past the civilization, when the expression on his face shifted suddenly. It wasn't because he had been struck with a sudden idea, It was because of the unexpected intense vibration from his storage bag, a vibration that sent tremors right into his soul. The vibration had happened out of the blue. It hadn't come from his voice transmission jade slip. Instead, it had come from the storage ring that had been wrapped under layers of seals and was resting inside his storage bag. The storage ring that had belonged to the never-ending Clan Planet Realm cultivator. What's going on? Is it the never-ending Clan Planet Realm cultivator? Has he come after me? Alarm blared inside Wang Baoli's head. He summoned his divine will and took a look at the mysterious storage ring. As it vibrated, the layers of seals that he had wrapped around the ring fell apart and disintegrated like fragile sheets of paper. They could no longer hold the storage ring in. An intense light began to emit from the storage ring. That wasn't the end of it. What shocked Wang Baoli and drained his face of color was the sight of the storage ring opening itself up. A paper head popped out of the open storage ring, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. They seemed to lock gazes with Wang Baoli's divine will and somehow formed an instant connection with his soul. Before Wang Baoli could react, shrill, terrifying laughter erupted in his mind in waves. It was a laughter that held sway over one's soul easily. Wang Baoli shuddered uncontrollably as his divine soul suddenly grew unstable. It felt as if his divine soul was going to be torn to pieces. Fortunately, the excruciating sensation didn't last long. The laughter faded away after a few seconds. The few seconds had felt like an eternity to Wang Baoli, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. He felt as if he had just climbed out of hell and escaped death. His face drained of all color, he turned abruptly towards the tiny civilization. But no matter how hard he inspected the civilization, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. The paper human cutout, why did it suddenly do that? Wang Baoli reeled back from shock and alarm. He was certain that if the creature had continued laughing like that a few seconds longer, his divine soul would have caved in from the laughter. Having survived the unexpected incident, Wang Baoli began to deliberate over whether to discard the storage ring and eliminate the potential dangers that it might bring him. Just as he was hesitating over the matter, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw a boat. It was a black boat that wasn't exactly very big, but it was big enough to hold 100 passengers. It came gliding through the cosmos like a spirit boat, approaching him slowly. The boat looked run down, the scars of time's passing visible on its surface. It was as if it had been around for a very, very long time. From a long way away, one could clearly sense a strong aura of something that was extremely ancient. There were more than 30 people seated on the boat, some of them men, and some of them women. Every one of them looked very young. They exuded an air of cold arrogance even when their eyes were shut. The glow of their attire was proof of their extraordinary status. They weren't the cause of Wang Baoli's shock. The cause of his widened eyes and the horror rising inside him was standing at the front of the boat, holding a paper oar and rowing the boat. It was a paper human cutout. Chapter 896, Get on Board. Chapter 896, Get on Board. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The paper human cutout wasn't the same paper human cutout that was inside his storage ring. However, the aura that it was exuding was identical. It was exactly as creepy as the one inside his storage ring. It was then that Wang Baoli realized why the paper human cutout inside his storage ring had stirred. Upon that realization, doubt and incomprehension rose inside him as he stared at the approaching boat. What does this boat represent? Wang Baoli wasn't sure what the boat was supposed to represent, but he knew that it must have something to do with the mysterious paper human cutout in his storage ring. In fact, there must be some intimate relationship between the paper human cutout in his storage ring and the one on the boat. Could it be a cultivator from some civilization? The idea popped into Wang Baoli's head. The never-ending Dao domain was vast and filled with countless civilizations. It wouldn't be a surprise to find strange and bizarre species existing in the domain. Regardless, Wang Baoli wasn't interested in getting involved at all. Look at his thin arms and legs, his fragile bones. He had lost quite a bit of weight too. He couldn't take much more hardship. He instinctively prepared to avoid the strange and creepy-looking spirit boat. The young men and women on the boat are clearly folks you don't want to mess with. Curiosity killed the cat. I don't care why they're on the boat and where they're going. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Baoli blinked and retreated immediately. He could tell that the passengers weren't typical cultivators. They exuded a cold arrogance and were seated far apart from one another, looking as if they belonged to separate factions. There was no way that they hadn't sensed Wang Baoli's presence outside the boat. However, despite that, their eyes remained shut. If not for the aura that they were exuding, one would have thought they were corpses. They didn't pay any attention to Wang Baoli and seemed completely uninterested in him. It was as if these people and Wang Baoli were of two separate worlds. An elephant cared not for the ant that was making its way past the larger animal. That feeling made Wang Baoli feel extremely uncomfortable. But he knew nothing about the situation now, and the boat looked really suspicious. Wang Baoli didn't want to get into any further trouble. He snorted secretly and retreated more quickly, trying to put more distance between himself and the boat. But, sometimes, things just didn't go one's way. Wang Baoli did his best to retreat as quickly as possible. Regardless, the spirit boat drifting in the distance continued to approach him more steadily, narrowing the distance between them instead of widening it. The boat's form would grow blurry every time the paper human cutout moved its oar, and with each glide of the oar, the boat would move closer to him. It was a truly creepy sight to behold. It made the hair on Wang Baoli's skin stand. He instinctively unleashed his dark art, but that didn't seem to be of much use. It didn't slow the boat down a single bit. The boat's form continued to turn blurry repeatedly, and it moved closer to him each time that happened. What the hell is this thing? Wang Baoli's scalp was prickling with numbness. He clenched his jaw and prepared to escape into the distance. But before he could do anything, the spirit boat's form blurred once more. In the next moment, when it became distinct again, it had leaped across the cosmos and appeared right before Wang Baoli's eyes. The sight sent cold sweat pouring down Wang Baoli's forehead. The spirit boat's aura of antiquity that rushed towards Wang Baoli as the spirit boat approached didn't help. His eyes widened in shock, and alarm colored his face. The paper human cutout, which was standing at the boat's helm and had been rowing the boat, suddenly froze. Then, instead of sliding its oar across the cosmos, it looked up and stared at Wang Baoli with a blank, cold stare that had been drawn onto its face. The paper human cutout's stare held Wang Baoli frozen to the spot. It was as if he were bound by an incredible power. His cultivation began to tremble, and his divine soul grew restless and unstable. He could feel his hair stand as waves of cold terror spread through his body. An impending sense of danger began to sound loudly like alarm bells in his head. Without hesitation, Wang Baoli unleashed his full cultivation, going to the extent of activating his barely recovered Emperor armor to give a boost to his speed as he made a swift and hasty retreat, but it was of no use. The boat appeared to be still and frozen in place. In reality, Wang Baoli had unleashed his full speed in his retreat. Nevertheless, no matter how quickly he retreated, the distance between him and the boat remained unchanged. The boat remained right in front of him. In fact, it felt as if the both of them hadn't moved at all. Wang Baoli shuddered and shifted away again. But in the next moment, as soon as he reappeared in his new location, he saw the boat in front of him yet again. The distance between them hadn't changed. Even the stare that the paper human cutout had leveled at him remained unchanged. Wang Baoli's face turned pale instantly. He was about to say something when the paper human cutout lifted its left hand and gestured at Wang Baoli. It appeared to be inviting him on board. It was then that some of the youths seated on the boat finally opened their eyes and stared at Wang Baoli with surprise. While not all of them had reacted to the invitation extended to Wang Baoli, half of the passengers aboard the boat had opened their eyes and studied Wang Baoli with clear, unconcealed surprise. Besides their shared surprise, these passengers also displayed other emotions. Some appeared distant and disinterested, while others narrowed their eyes. Some appeared confused and doubtful, while others displayed open hostility. Some had twitched their lips upwards in scorn. They didn't pay any attention to me and only sat quietly on the boat. But after the paper human cutout waved at me, they started paying attention to me. They also seemed surprised by the paper human cutout's gesture. Does that mean that they didn't think that I was worthy of boarding the boat at first? The gears in Wang Baoli's head spun furiously. He eyed the passengers on the boat and then studied the paper human cutout who was still gesturing at him. He cupped his fists and bowed at the paper human cutout. "I thank the esteemed senior for your regard, but your humble junior has urgent matters to attend to. I won't be boarding the boat." "I wish you a smooth journey," Wang Baoli said as he hastily moved away again. Perhaps his excuse had worked, or perhaps it was because of some other reasons unknown to him, but the boat didn't appear before Wang Baoli again after he shifted away and reappeared in the distant cosmos. It appeared to have vanished entirely without a trace. Wang Baoli released a sigh of relief. But he was soon assailed by mixed emotions. He couldn't help but wonder if he had just let a golden opportunity slip by. That might have been a boat steering towards some golden opportunity. How else would you explain the extraordinary cultivators sitting on board the boat? They looked shocked when I was invited to board the boat. The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the more regret he felt. But after some thought, he concluded that there was still something really strange about the boat. The strangeness he had felt was closely related to the paper human cutout in his storage ring and the paper human cutout rowing the boat. It had something to do with the spirit boat itself too. Wang Baoli felt that the boat could have been a golden opportunity, but it could also have been a trip to death. It didn't matter. Wang Baoli had grown warier of the storage ring that he had gotten. He sealed it again quickly. Even though the seals that he had placed on the ring had been broken and had led to his location being exposed, he believed that things hadn't gotten to the point where he had to discard the ring. Regardless, he decided not to touch the ring again until he had reached the planet realm. With that thought in mind, Wang Baoli tried to calm himself down before racing towards the Divine Eye civilization again. Wang Baoli's guesses had been right. His location had been exposed when the paper human cutout had broken through his seals. In a distant cosmic region, a huge golden beetle that had been traveling swiftly through space had shuddered when the seals had been broken. It had swerved instantly and started heading for Wang Baoli's location at high speed. Seated inside the golden beetle was the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator, Shanlingzi. He had suffered a plunge in his cultivation and was at the spirit immortal realm now. Next to him was Dan Josie, who appeared to have offered him help but whose mind was, in fact, filled with greedy thoughts. He was exuding strong waves of early-stage planet realm spirit energy. "Fellow Daoist Dan Josie, I just sensed the location of my storage ring." The foolhardy scoundrel must have tried to unlock the storage ring. He abandoned the attempt very quickly, and I stopped being able to sense his location, but we should be moving in the right direction. Malice appeared in Shanling's eyes as he informed his partner of the location that he had just gotten. "We're not far." Next to him, Dan Josie smiled lightly. He didn't hide the greed in his eyes, steering the golden beetle as it charged through space. The region that Shanlingzi had provided him was too large, though. It would be a feat to pin down the exact location of their target. If they were to continue their search in this manner, it would take them a very long time to find anything after they had reached the region that Shanlingzi had sensed. But luck seemed to be on their side. After racing through the cosmos for several days, Shanling's eyes suddenly widened with delight. He had once again sensed the presence of his storage ring. Chapter 897, Xie Family, Xie Dalu. Chapter 897, Xie Family, Xie Dalu. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This little bastard must be crazy. He actually tried to activate my storage ring again after such a short while. Fellow Daoist Dan Josie, can we quicken the pace? No problem. Dan Josie laughed, and his expression was filled with anticipation. He controlled the golden beetle with all his might, and caused its speed to multiply instantly as it headed straight for the coordinate Shanlingzi sensed the second time. The reason Shanlingzi could sense the storage ring's aura the second time couldn't be blamed on Wang Baoli. He already had the urge to throw away the storage ring previously and would definitely not check it again. According to his original plans, he wanted to check the storage ring again after he reached the planet realm. But what made him feel like crying was that the storage ring activated on its own yet again. The paper human cutout's strange laughter still echoed in his mind, his soul still buzzed, and his cultivation trembled. All that happened very suddenly. Even though Wang Baoli experienced it before, when he experienced it again, he still almost fell as he flew. Wang Baoli's expression changed immensely, but without having time to let out a helpless scream, he saw in the distant cosmos that familiar ethereal spirit boat. As the paper human cutout on it rode, it kept becoming blurry while nearing. Just like before, the ethereal spirit boat, which dispersed an ancient aura, stopped in front of Wang Baoli. The paper human cutout on it stopped rowing, raised its left hand, and beckoned Wang Baoli over. The 30 or so people on the boat all opened their eyes. Their pupils all shrunk as they stared at Wang Baoli, and the surprise in their expressions was obviously more intense than before. In fact, Wang Baoli even discovered an extra person among those teenage males and females. The extra person was a skinny lad. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be 18 or 19 years old. At that moment, he obviously noticed the actions of the people around him. So as he looked towards Wang Baoli, it was with a sense of curiosity. Wang Baoli sighed and waved towards everyone on the boat, greeting them. He felt that since it was his second time meeting everyone, fate must have brought them together. I trust that you've all been well. Ha. As he spoke, Wang Baoli noticed that the surprised expressions of those teenage males and females also contained some impatience. This made him feel very unhappy. He thought, what are you all impatient about? I'm the one that's impatient. I don't want to board the boat, but the boat just has to appear for the second time. Thinking to that point, Wang Baoli was too lazy to continue greeting everyone. He looked helplessly at the paper human cutout at the front of the ship, who kept waving as though he didn't know fatigue. After pondering, Wang Baoli still cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Senior, I still have unsettled business. I won't distract you from picking up others. As he spoke, Wang Baoli retreated rapidly and disappeared. This time, Wang Baoli was sure that his words had some effect. That was because when his body appeared in another area, the ethereal spirit boat that kept appearing and following him the first time didn't chase him and appear before him when he reappeared this time. Combining this with what he saw the first time the boat appeared, the answer was extremely obvious. It was just that the answer made Wang Baoli sigh again. That was because he confirmed another thing. That was, the paper human cutout on the sampan must have had spirit intelligence. Hence, it could understand his words. The fact that it has spirit intelligence means that the paper human cutout in my storage ring also has spirit intelligence. Wang Baoli furrowed his eyebrows. Now, he already analyzed that the appearance of the ethereal spirit boat was related to the paper human cutout in his storage ring. The spirit boat would appear when the paper human cutout laughed. To him, he might think it was a laugh, but it might be what the paper human cutouts use to communicate with one another. So be it. There doesn't seem to be any danger for now. But this boat. I'm not going to board it no matter what. Wang Baoli humphed in his heart. He hated being forced to do things. With a flicker, he unleashed his speed again and continued heading towards the Divine Eye civilization. But in his heart, he already prepared himself for when the paper human cutout in his storage ring laughed again and made the ethereal spirit boat reappear. I'll just see it as the paper human cutout in my storage ring chatting with the paper human cutout on the ethereal spirit boat. I can't stop them from chatting after all. Wang Baoli consoled himself. Within the next 10 days, every 2 to 3 days, the laughter of the paper human cutout would ring out in his head as the ethereal spirit boat descended again. The paper human cutout on it waved again, and Wang Baoli rejected him again. When the ethereal spirit boat appeared for the 6th time, although Wang Baoli was already used to it and had an extremely calm expression, the more than 30 teenage males and females on the sampan all felt very negative emotions. If anyone else kept seeing the same person who simply refused to board the sampan during that period of time, they would also worry about whether it would affect their own journey. So, after seeing Wang Baoli for the 6th time, their original impatience finally turned into anger, and someone snapped. Are you boarding or not? If you're not boarding, then scram. Hearing those people actually say such things, even if he knew they had extraordinary backgrounds, Wang Baoli still got angry. He thought, I refuse to board. Only an idiot would board the sampan. Thinking to that point, he stared at the person talking on the sampan. Why, you wanna beat me up? Come down. Let's have a fight to see who's the daddy. You. Those who spoke with anger stood up violently. When they all looked towards Wang Baoli, a cold glint spread in their eyes, but they were helpless. That was because they discovered that they were unable to disembark after boarding the sampan. If you're so great, why don't you come down? I'm telling all of you, if you don't come down, you're all my grandkids. Come, Grandpa will be waiting for you right here. He rolled his eyes. Wang Baoli noticed something amiss, so his words became more arrogant. Faced with his arrogant provocation, the paper human cutout at the front of the boat didn't change its actions at all and was still waving. And those who were staring angrily at Wang Baoli all calmed down. Among them, a horse-faced teenager narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Lad, do you dare say your name? Why should I listen to you? Horse-faced grandson, tell daddy your name. Wang Baoli picked his ear. He was already feeling very frustrated and suspicious because of the multiple appearances of the ethereal spirit boat. At this moment, he seemed to be quarreling with the horse-faced teenager, but in reality, he was extremely calm. He wanted to make use of the quarrel to learn where those people came from and indirectly learn where the spirit boat came from. The phrase horse-faced grandson caused a killing intent to flash between the teenager's eyes as he spoke calmly. Cloud Chill Sect, Li Linzi. Green Sea Dao, Wang Shan. Country of Northern Zi, Du Fei. Tiika Clan, Yi Luo. Not only Li Linzi replied to Wang Baoli. Those who quarreled with him also spoke coldly. Although they told him their backgrounds, Wang Baoli didn't recognize any of them. But from their expressions and the gazes of the others in the surroundings, Wang Baoli noticed that those sects and clans seemed to be very powerful. Chosen ones from every clan? Instantly, that guess appeared in Wang Baoli's mind. That was especially so considering that the cultivations of those people all had one similarity. Although Wang Baoli noticed this previously, he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was something really amiss about that, because all of them were perfected stage spirit immortals. Your turn. Not waiting for him to continue thinking, the horse-faced Li Linzi spoke softly. Wang Baoli stared and secretly thought, I'm not scared of you. You're just cocky because of your background, which I also have. Xie family, Xie Dalu. Wang Baoli spoke calmly and thought, who doesn't know how to bluff? I'm Xie Haiyang's brother. He thought that way in his heart, but displayed a look of arrogance. And after he spoke, the people on the sampan, especially those few who spoke previously, all had their expressions change immensely, and their pupils shrunk. But a sense of suspicion appeared in their expressions as well. Hence, Wang Baoli saw that they doubted his identity. That was normal. If they fully believed him, that would mean something was wrong. But no matter what, maybe out of caution, after Wang Baoli declared that he was Xie Dalu, everyone on the sampan went silent. Wang Baoli also noticed the extraordinariness of the ethereal spirit boat. But the more he felt that, the more cautious he was. Therefore, after cupping his fists towards the paper human cutout on the sampan and rejecting again, he prepared to leave as per normal with a flicker of his body. But, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 898, I have strength of character. Chapter 898, I have strength of character. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli just flicked his body, and had only taken a few steps when the paper human cutout on the sampan suddenly raised its left hand. A dim halo suddenly spread, and the moment it appeared, Wang Baoli's body instantly paused. Afterward, his expression changed immensely, because he discovered that his body couldn't be controlled. He seemed to be completely controlled by a strange power. It actually controlled him to turn around and walk step by step expressionlessly, towards the sampan. What's going on? Wang Baoli was horrified in his heart and wanted to resist and struggle, but it was of no use. He could only watch as he walked step by step towards the ethereal spirit boat like a puppet. This scene was extremely weird. In the cosmos, an ethereal spirit-like sampan dispersed a sense of ancientness. At its front, a devilish paper human cutout waved expressionlessly. At the back of the boat, near the cabin, the more than 30 teenage males and females couldn't hide the weirdness in their expressions as they all looked towards Wang Baoli, who was walking step by step like a puppet towards the sampan. But in reality, the fact that Wang Baoli rejected many times previously and had fear in his eyes, despite the fact that he was walking step by step towards the sampan immediately allowed them to guess the answer. Someone's forcefully controlling Sir Dalu's body? Could it be that the ferryman will forcefully control you after you refuse to board the Fallen Star boat a certain number of times? I've never heard of that before. Everyone felt weird as they watched Wang Baoli get closer and closer to the sampan. The fear in his eyes also grew more and more intense. Wang Baoli almost cried as he wailed and trembled. What is this? I don't want to board the ship. This is way too overbearing. Wang Baoli rejected the idea of boarding the sampan. Even when the sampan appeared again and again, he rejected it. But this time, things changed to a point beyond what he could control. He lost control of his body and could only watch as the strange power controlled his body to leap after nearing the sampan and landed him on the sampan. However, different from the cabin where everyone else was, Wang Baoli's body was controlled to land at the front of the sampan. And at that moment, huge waves of shock had already crashed in his heart. It's bad enough that you forced me to board. Why is my position different from everyone else's? Wang Baoli felt bitter in his heart. But until now, he still couldn't control his body. When he stood at the front of the sampan, he couldn't even turn his head. He could only use his peripheral vision to see that the expressions of the teenage males and females in the cabin became even weirder. Obviously, it was the same as what he thought. Those people were also curious about why Wang Baoli wasn't at the cabin after he boarded, being at the front of the sampan instead. But after that, after the paper human cutout at the front of the sampan did an action, although the answer was revealed, Wang Baoli's soul trembled violently and was filled with resentment and indignance that exploded forth in his heart. As for the rest, their eyes almost dropped out. There were even 3 or so who were unable to stay calm as they stood up from their cross-legged positions. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and it was obvious that violent storms were crashing onto their souls. What's going on? Capturing coolies? Why is this happening? Is the envoy tired? But one couldn't blame the teenage boys and girls for not being able to control the shock in their hearts. Truly, although they were chosen ones from various factions and were very knowledgeable, the scene that appeared in front of their eyes was too unimaginable, and extremely different from the information they obtained from their family clans and sects previously. Before they were there, their sense of respect for the sampan was extremely intense. To them, the ethereal spirit boat was the envoy of a mysterious land and was the only way to enter that legendary place. So, after boarding the sampan, they all behaved themselves and dared not do anything too crazy. At most, they quarreled with Wang Baoli a bit previously. But they never tried to forcefully disembark from the sampan. But now, with their eyes, they actually watched as the paper human cutout, who kept rowing a paper oar, had an extremely stern expression, whose body dispersed waves of cold, and whose cultivation was fathomless, passed the paper oar in its hands, to Wang Baoli. Not only did their souls buzz, but Wang Baoli was also puzzled. He thought of some reasons as to why the paper human cutouts controlled him to board the sampan, but never did he think that this was the reason. He's making me row the boat? While Wang Baoli felt puzzled, he also felt that this was a little inconceivable. He also felt that he had to have an air of arrogance. As the future president of the Federation and the emperor of the Divine Eye civilization, he was okay with rowing the sampan, but he couldn't let the teenage males and females on the sampan become coolies. I may be unable to control my body, but I have a backbone. Deep in my heart, I refuse. Wang Baoli humphed in his heart and waved his sleeves. He prepared to take the paper oar helplessly as his body was being controlled. But, as he flicked his sleeves, Wang Baoli's heart suddenly beat faster. He tried lowering his head to look at his hands. After moving them around, he turned his head to look at the surroundings. In the end, he confirmed that he actually regained control of his body at an unknown time. This made him feel slightly awkward. After a moment, he raised his head to look at the paper human cutout, who continued the action of handing him the paper oar. Instantly, Wang Baoli felt a sense of struggle in his heart. That's going overboard. You could have just controlled my body to take the paper oar. As Wang Baoli struggled, he originally decided to reject the paper oar. But not waiting for him to do that, a cold glint flashed between the paper human cutout's eyes as it dispersed a horrifying aura from its body. The aura was so powerful that it was like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed that could slash the heavens and earth in two. It made Wang Baoli's hair stand on end instantly as he felt chills all over his body. Even the essence that formed his avatar seemed to freeze as it sent him strong signals. It seemed to be telling him that a precarious situation was about to descend on him. This made Wang Baoli's forehead secrete cold sweat. Without a doubt, the paper human cutout made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though he was facing a heaven-shaking evil aura. At this moment, he was almost identical to the paper human cutout in his storage ring. He had a gut feeling that if he didn't receive the paper ore, the paper human cutout might attack. At that moment, not only did he feel that sense of fear intensely, the teenage boys and girls in the cabin felt that way too. After feeling the chill from the paper human cutout, they all remained silent as they stared at Wang Baoli to see how he would handle the situation. As for those who quarreled with him previously, they felt a sense of schadenfreude as their faces lit up with anticipation. Wang Baoli had no time to bother with the gazes of those people. After feeling the killing intent from the paper human cutout in front of him, he took a deep breath, and a warm smile appeared on his face very naturally as he received the paper ore very solicitously. "Why didn't you say so earlier, Senior? I love rowing boats. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Senior. Senior, if you had let me come up to row the boat sooner, I definitely wouldn't have rejected. I love rowing boats. It has been my passion since I was young." As he spoke, Wang Baoli flashed his most sincere smile. At the same time, he stood at the front of the sampan while holding the paper ore, rowing with a lot of strength towards the side. He maintained the smile on his face and even looked back towards the paper human cutout. "Have a rest first, Senior. Are my actions standard?" One couldn't see a sense of uncooperativeness on Wang Baoli's face. But in reality, Wang Baoli was sighing in his heart. Luckily, he was very good at consoling himself. This is called knowing the present situation and being down to earth. It's just rowing a boat. He was so kind and gracious and only wanted me to lend a hand because he was tired. Helping people brings me joy. As the chill on the paper human cutout's body rapidly dissipated, the teenage boys and girls on the sampan all had weird expressions, and most of them felt a sense of disdain. Meanwhile, Wang Baoli exerted himself to the utmost as he pushed the paper ore in his hands towards the cosmos outside the ship. He then pushed towards the back strongly and rowed once. Just as Wang Baoli rowed with the paper ore once, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and he stared and let out a soft gasp. Turning his head, he immediately looked towards the cosmos outside his paper ore. There was nothing there, but Wang Baoli felt that the paper ore in his hand seemed to meet with a powerful obstructive force when he rowed. He needed to use all his strength just to row, and as he rowed, a wave of gentle force actually gathered there from the cosmos. Chapter 899, Senior, I can still row for a while. Chapter 899, Senior, I can still row for a while. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. That power seemed to originally exist within the cosmos. It was just that others couldn't guide it. The paper ore was like a medium that could gather that power. After gathering, the power actually traveled along the paper ore and headed straight for Wang Baoli's hands. Not waiting for Wang Baoli to react, the gentle power gushed into his body and became a warm current that spread around his entire body. While it caused Wang Baoli's body to tremble, it also made crack sound from within his body. His breathing also quickened as an indescribable wave of comfort spread in his soul. It was as though he had consumed a nourishing pill. While the sense of comfort spread, Wang Baoli also clearly felt that his cultivation, actually, increased a little from its previous stabilized state. That gave Wang Baoli a big shock. Because of the opportunity that he gained in the Imperial Cemetery, Wang Baoli's spirit immortal foundation could be said to be as solid as bedrock, greatly exceeding that of ordinary spirit immortals. Although it was a good thing, it also meant that the difficulty level when trying to improve his cultivation from the late-stage spirit immortal realm, would be 10 or even 100 times harder than it was for others. But now, he actually had such gains just by rowing with the paper ore once. This made Wang Baoli's eyes shine after initially feeling shocked, and he felt extreme joy. I never knew rowing boats could have such a wonderful effect. Wang Baoli immediately got excited as an intense light shone from his eyes. Although he didn't know the specific theory behind this opportunity, he could understand that there was a possibility of there being energy in the cosmos that was extremely beneficial to a cultivator. Maybe only when one reached the planet realm would they be able to absorb it from the cosmos and use it for their cultivation. According to the Earth's explanation, it was probably something like cosmic rays that were invisible to the naked eye. As for the paper ore, it was obviously even more extraordinary. It actually allowed a spirit immortal like him to absorb the energy from the cosmos. I misunderstood the paper human cutout. Wang Baoli immediately turned his head. When he looked towards the paper human cutout, respect and gratitude appeared in his eyes. After he turned back, he put even more effort into rowing with the paper oar. I love rowing boats. I love exercising. Helping others brings me joy. He had to give it his all every time he rowed, having to unleash almost all of his cultivation and his avatar's physical strength to truly complete one row. The fatigue he felt couldn't be put into words, but Wang Baoli felt more motivated the more he rowed. Wang Baoli was so happy to row that he didn't feel tired at all. Determination appeared in his eyes as he kept rowing, and the benefits he gained were obvious. Wave after wave of the gentle power from the cosmos traveled along the paper ore and kept gushing into his body. It caused the cracks coming from his body to become more obvious and more intense. Meanwhile, his cultivation kept increasing. Although it didn't increase by much, the continuous increase was like an accumulating snowball. As it accumulated, the cultivation aura on Wang Baoli's body was finally completely moved and shot up. This brought Wang Baoli even more joy. In fact, he felt extremely excited in his heart. Truly, he understood his own cultivation too well and was very clear that at his current state, the sheer difficulty of breaking through the late-stage spirit immortal realm to the perfected spirit immortal realm was unimaginable for ordinary spirit immortals. The opportunities that could allow late-stage spirit immortals to achieve a breakthrough were almost like tickles to him. If one saw their cultivation as a tangible object, raising it to a certain height would represent different cultivation levels. Then, the tangible object ordinary spirit immortals would turn into would only be around 5 kilograms, meaning one didn't need much strength to raise it. But for Wang Baoli, if his cultivation was seen as a tangible object, it would weigh hundreds of kilograms. Hence, more strength would be required to raise it to the same height, and the difficulty was naturally astonishing. But now, as he rowed the boat, although he was tired, the explosion of his cultivation was real. And to Wang Baoli, such an opportunity was way too hard to come by. Similarly, because of his cultivation's explosion and increase, Wang Baoli could no longer hide the scenes of what was happening to his body. This caused the expressions of the 30 or so teenage chosen ones in the cabin to change immensely. Previously, they already vaguely sensed something amiss. Such obvious signs of change in cultivation level immediately shocked them. Even if they all saw themselves as chosen ones of the current generation and their ability to stay calm was extraordinary, they still exclaimed, "Immortal Chi? There's something amiss about that paper ore." There's only one explanation for the increase in Xie Dalu's cultivation. That is, the immortal Chi in the cosmos is being guided here and turned into gentle immortal energy that spirit immortals can absorb. A commotion was started, and many chosen ones stood up. When they looked towards the paper ore in Wang Baoli's hands, flames of desire appeared in their eyes. Some could control it, some tried to hide it, and some just let the flames of desire blaze. As chosen ones of their respective family clans and sects, they were much more knowledgeable than Wang Baoli. Hence, they were clear that after cultivators reached the planet realm, although spirit chi was still a prerequisite for cultivation, it was not the only one. Within the never-ending Tao domain, there was another form of power of an even higher level, immortal chi. Immortal chi was essentially the formless power that existed in the cosmos. This power was formed periodically by the countless suns in the never-ending star domain. If one gathered and concentrated it in high amounts, it would form red crystals. It was just that both red crystals and the immortal chi floating in the cosmos could only be absorbed after one reached the planet realm. It was way too difficult for spirit immortals to absorb it. After all, spirit immortals didn't have planets in their bodies and would find it difficult to temper the energy. Moreover, the energy was violent, and even if spirit immortals absorbed it by force, they wouldn't be able to gain much from it. Of course, there were still methods to absorb it, But stable methods which also allowed cultivators to temper and bear it were very few in number. That was unless an eternal star realm cultivator was willing to be a medium and use their body to modify it. But that had huge consequences and couldn't really yield much tempered immortal chi. For those chosen ones on the sampan, most of them reaped the benefits of the contributions of their seniors, so they knew all the more how valuable tempered and bearable immortal chi was. Therefore, as they looked towards Wang Baoli, they couldn't help but be green with envy. In reality, they were just like Wang Baoli. Although they were spirit immortals, they far exceeded ordinary spirit immortals and were very clear how difficult it was for them to increase their cultivations. As their eyes shone, it was as though they discovered the new world, and they were also considering how they could also gain the right to row the boat. In fact, the impatient ones had already tried cupping their fists towards the paper human cutout. "Senior, I feel that I can also help you row the boat." It was just that the paper human cutout's attitude towards them was completely different from his attitude towards Wang Baoli. It would be fine if it just acted like it didn't hear them, but the paper human cutout turned its head, and an ethereal glint flashed between its eyes. The chilly aura spread from its body and engulfed the entire sampan. It didn't need to use other methods to reply to them. Just the suppression from its cultivation and the coldness in its eyes was enough to express its attitude. This made it such that although those chosen ones felt indignant, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as Wang Baoli's cultivation kept increasing as he kept rowing. "Why do you treat us differently from Xie Dalu? Wait a minute, could it be that this Xie Dalu has some strange items on him?" There were naturally intelligent people among the chosen ones, and very quickly, although they were all shocked and envious, strange glints appeared in their eyes after they pondered. As for Wang Baoli, he had no time to bother with those chosen ones. He didn't care whether they guessed it or not. Right now, all he cared about was the increase in his cultivation. As he sensed that his cultivation was getting closer and closer to the perfected spirit immortal realm, the excitement Wang Baoli felt in his heart was indescribable. Also, he had already discovered that as he rode and as the gentle power gushed into his body, all of the injuries he sustained when fighting the right-hand elder on the Eye of the Eternal Star were rapidly healing. Not only that, but even his Emperor armor seemed to be affected. The spirit energy within it was mostly replenished. This made Wang Baoli extremely excited as he unleashed his Emperor armor. After it spread over his entire body in an instant, he rode the paper oar with all his might again. Just like that, time slowly passed. As everyone stared at him, and as Wang Baoli rode, the ethereal spirit boat kept moving forward in the cosmos. But after Wang Baoli rode around 100 times, his body trembled. Chapter 900, Chase Down. Chapter 900, Chase Down. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The power of his Emperor armor was completely recovered, and his injuries had completely disappeared. As for his cultivation, it finally exploded forth at that moment. As his body trembled, sounds similar to cracks that one would hear when a mirror shattered sounded in his mind. Following that, an immense force that far exceeded the one from before rose from within his body. After spreading around his whole body in an instant, the aura it formed far exceeded the one he had exuded previously. His cultivation broke through instantly, and from the late-stage spirit immortal realm, it reached the perfected stage spirit immortal realm. This made it so that Wang Baoli burst out in laughter uncontrollably, his eyes shining brighter. He was about to continue rowing to see whether he could stabilize his cultivation a bit more when the paper human cutout beside him slowly raised its right hand. As its right hand was raised, its meaning was implied. It wanted Wang Baoli to return the paper oar. Wang Baoli hesitated, and after blinking, he spoke cautiously. Do you want to rest a little more, senior? I can still go on." As he spoke, he quickly rowed one more time. "See, senior? My rowing skills aren't bad, right?" Wang Baoli discovered that there was an ethereal glint in the paper human cutout's eyes, and he shuddered a little. However, he couldn't bear to give up this opportunity, so he gritted his teeth and displayed a sincere smile as he rowed again. After he rode this time, Wang Baoli suddenly felt that his body was a little cold. The chilly feeling came from the paper human cutout. Of course, the gazes of the 30 or so chosen ones in the cabin were unfriendly as well. They contained jealousy, whether hidden or obvious, and the chosen one seemed to really want Wang Baoli to scram. Such thoughts were very normal. It was the kind of mentality where if one couldn't get something, they didn't want others to get it either. But to Wang Baoli, they were a group of imbeciles. He didn't care about them. Under the chill, Wang Baoli was in a huge dilemma, but he was normally brave and vicious to himself, so he forced a smile and made himself maintain the sincerity he showed. In fact, he also seemed to be sucking up to the paper human cutout as he looked at him. See, senior, I didn't row properly just now. Please correct my technique, senior, and help me see where I need to improve. As he spoke, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. He was already growling in his heart, and he secretly thought that brave people always fought to the death. So, he quickly rowed again. But just as he was about to try again, the ethereal glint in the paper human cutout's eyes exploded forth, and he waved his raised right hand. Instantly, a powerful wave of force spread in front of Wang Baoli like a storm and swept Wang Baoli's body out of the ethereal spirit boat. Wang Baoli wanted to struggle and even considered shouting. However, it all happened so fast that his body had already flown out before he could speak. As for the paper ore, it flew into the paper human cutout's hands. After he grabbed it, he no longer looked at Wang Baoli. Instead, he stood there like when Wang Baoli saw him for the first time, rowed with the paper ore, and slowly left. Seeing that, Wang Baoli instantly became anxious. He was very reluctant to leave the opportunity that rowing brought him previously. So, with a flicker of his body, he quickly gave chase and kept shouting. Senior, wait. I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Senior, I want to board the boat. Wang Baoli unleashed his maximum speed and used all his might to shout, but the paper human cutout on the ethereal spirit boat ignored him, and the ethereal spirit boat got further and further away as he rowed with the paper oar. Wang Baoli could only vaguely see that the chosen ones on the boat seemed to all turn their heads to look at him at that moment, a sense of delight in their expressions. Those gazes made Wang Baoli feel very unhappy in his heart. He felt that those people were too petty. When they couldn't get an opportunity, they didn't want to see others getting it either. As the ethereal spirit boat moved forward, it got blurrier and blurrier. Wang Baoli sped and chased for a moment, but he sighed helplessly in the end as he gazed resentfully in the direction the ethereal spirit boat disappeared in. I only rowed a few more times. It's not like I could have broken the paper oar. When I refused to board the boat previously, you came multiple times just to get me to board. In the end, you even forcefully kidnapped me onto the ship. But now, you just kick me away like that? The more Wang Baoli thought about that, the unhappier he became. But there was nothing he could do about it, so he sighed. So be it. I'm a magnanimous man and won't be petty over this anymore. Wang Baoli patted his stomach and felt his current perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivation. He quickly became happy again, though he still felt a little dissatisfied. He wasn't dissatisfied with how his opportunity had no continuation. Instead, he was dissatisfied with his stomach. I'm too skinny, it just doesn't feel the same. Wang Baoli lowered his head and pinched his solid abs hard. He controlled his essence to transmogrify a thick layer of fat on his stomach, causing it to have that hand feel again. That was when he felt comfortable. But that boat. I previously heard those petty fellas refer to it as the Fallen Star boat? Fallen Star Envoy? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Those people all spoke the language of the Never-Ending Clan. Wang Baoli wasn't surprised by that, as he was in the Never-Ending Dao domain. Hence, the Never-Ending Clan's language was the entire Dao domain's lingua franca. Looking at it this way, could the boat and paper human cutout be connected to the graveyard of stars? The boat was picking up those who had the places and bringing them to the graveyard of stars? A glimmer flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes. The information he knew was incomplete, making it hard for him to find an accurate answer. However, using those clues, Wang Baoli felt that it was highly possible that his guesses were the truth. If my guesses are correct, does that mean that the paper human cutout in my storage ring used to be a fallen star envoy and came from the graveyard of stars? Wang Baoli lowered his head to look at his storage bag, and his eyes narrowed after he swept over it with his divine will. I previously forgot to seal it again, Wang Baoli's expression changed, and he immediately sealed the storage ring. Afterward, he raised his head to look towards his surroundings cautiously. Obviously, because he was forced onto the ship and gained the opportunity afterward, he didn't have time to seal the ring and neglected the storage ring's seal. Although he resealed the storage ring now, Wang Baoli was clear that the storage ring was passively activated many times on his journey, and his position might have already been exposed. He might be facing the hidden threat of being locked onto and chased. Of course, it was unlikely that he was exposed, because it was highly possible that there was a barrier on the ethereal spirit boat. But there was still some risk in the end. Although those were just his guesses and he didn't have evidence, Wang Baoli's cautiousness was already deeply ingrained in his bones after being tricked by the Violet Gold civilization. So, he quickly pondered and gave up on returning to the Divine Eye civilization immediately. No matter whether he had people chasing him or not, Wang Baoli had to think of the worst-case scenario, which was that his pursuers chased him, entered the Divine Eye civilization, and cooperated with the Violet Gold civilization. That way, it would be extremely tough for him to turn things around. It's always better to be cautious. Mumbling, Wang Baoli flicked his body and used 2 days to find a meteorite the size of a small planet in the nearby cosmos. After he landed, he dug an internal cave and sat cross-legged in it, then started setting up array formations on the entire meteorite. After he set up array formations all around him, he narrowed his eyes. No matter what, I'll wait 3 months here first. I can afford to hide out for 3 months before returning to the Divine Eye civilization. Wang Baoli's caution this time wasn't wrong, as his judgment was very accurate. In reality, the golden beetle which Shan Lingzi and Dan Zhouzi were on had already locked onto him when his storage ring activated passively multiple times previously. They had also descended onto that patch of cosmos. However, after Wang Baoli boarded the boat, they lost the signal and could only expand their search radius. When Wang Baoli was chased down from the sampan, although he quickly sealed the storage ring again, the moment he left the sampan, Shan Lingzi sensed the marking on his ring intensely once again. He instantly got excited and immediately told Dan Zhouzi the coordinates. So, the giant golden beetle was speeding towards the latest position of Wang Baoli at an extremely fast speed. Using only 5 days, the golden beetle appeared where Wang Baoli was chased off of the sampan previously. There, the golden beetle buzzed and paused as an intense light appeared in the eyes of Shan Lingzi inside it. 5 days ago, that brat appeared here. It's a shame that my storage ring lost its signal again. I don't know which direction he went this time. Hearing his words, a hint of arrogance appeared in Dan Zhouzi's eyes as he sneered. Where else could a mere soul conduit escape?